come to me. Come around. The mayor's man said we good. Oh, that's old shit. Don't worry about it. It's trash, man. When you're ready to start cutting, Kevin, we'll need 4 headed and soles of 6 feet to start with, and then we'll get you our vertical measurements. Tell him to come to me. The mayor is standing right in front of me looking at the damage here. Can you... All right. Hey, can you guys hear me? Tell him to come here. The mayor's here. Hello.
Alright everyone, it looks like we have lost that feed from the crane collapse. We are working to get you guys another feed. There we go.
What? We're 10 minutes out? You guys want me?
Do you want to see David? DLM producer, do you want to see him play?
All right, 10:20, thanks.
Dude, that's a miracle that no cars got crushed at 8:30 in the morning?
I thought cars did get crushed.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see anything underneath it. Maybe one, but I mean, that's unbelievable. These fucking cranes, man.
You're clear, name Rubio, 50. We're focusing what we're going to do moving forward. 10 seconds. I can tell my ankle. There's no one running for president. Some better understanding of our national security issues. Great. The crane collapsed. We know our crew on the bridge.
Where's here?
Was that Frank calling in on a separate phone line?
Alright guys, so this is what I can give you so far. We don't have a lot of information. We do know that one person died and 2 others were seriously injured when a crane collapsed in Lower Manhattan, smashing the roofs of parked cars as it crashed onto the streets. Now the collapsed red metal lattice landed across an intersection and stretched much of a block after the accident, which occurred around 8:30 New York time, so about 6:30 here in Arizona, in the Tribeca neighborhood, about 10 blocks north of the World Trade Center. There was damage on the roof of a nearby building and debris littered in the streets. A witness said, quote, "It was right outside my window. It was a crashing sound. You could feel the vibration in the building. I looked out the window and saw it lying in the street." That witness said at least one person was trapped in a car and he saw onlookers trying to get the person out. The witness also said that he saw a person lying motionless on the street. Now this happened around Church Street. That street was blocked off for at least 3 blocks and nearby buildings were evacuated. People arriving for work were told they should go home.
with a government that seems every day to be deeply concerned about the interest of the wealthy and the powerful, but somehow ignores working people and the middle class and pays virtually no attention at all to poverty. So I think the success of our campaign is talking truth in a straightforward way to the American people and understanding that no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can bring about the changes that we need in this country alone. That what needs to happen is that we need what I call a political revolution, which means that millions of people who today have given up on the political process, people who do not believe their vote matters, people who do not pay attention to what goes on, often because they don't get the information they need to even make decent judgments, because media, to a significant degree, sees politics as a football game or as a soap opera rather than a discussion of the real issues facing our country. So maybe I'm an old-fashioned New Englander, but I kind of look at politics in a democracy as not very different than going to a doctor's office. If you're not feeling well, you go to the doctor's office, you say, "Doc, what's wrong with me? What's the diagnosis? And how do I get better?" And that really is what politics in a democracy is about. You may disagree with me. What are the problems? And how do we solve those problems? And that is something that we spend far, far too little discussing. So let me lay out what I believe, and I think many Americans believe, are problems. When we talk about our great country, intrinsic in what we talk about is the understanding that historically what America is about is fairness, is democracy, is everybody having a fair shot. That's kind of what we mean when we talk about America. That's what we grew up believing. That's what we learned in school. So then we got to lay issues out on the table, and I want you to think about it. Is it fair? Is it appropriate? Is it American that we have more income and wealth inequality than any major country on earth today, and it is worse in America than any time since 1928? Why is that? Why is that? Did some terrible natural disaster hit America? No. In fact, what has happened, as everybody in this room knows, is technology has exploded in the last 20 or 30 years. Most people are producing much more. Worker productivity is going up. All of you are producing more because you have the tools to produce more. If that is true, why does it happen that millions of people today, in inflation adjusted for dollars, are earning significantly less than they did years ago? You want to know why people are angry? The median male worker, that man right in the middle of the economy, is earning $700 less in inflation adjusted for dollars than that person did 41 years ago. 41 years ago, woman earning $1,000 less in inflation adjusted for dollars than she did in 2007. Well, maybe we should have some discussions about that issue. Why? What's going on? In terms of wealth distribution, you tell me whether you think America should be the country where the top 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Is that the America we grew up?
Crews remain on the scene, trying to prevent further injuries and determine what happened. We are about a block away from the crane itself. We are at the corner of Worth and Broadway. The crane just behind these emergency vehicles, just out of sight. It stretches for about a block and a half. It fell on a number of cars. Not clear, Martha, is who exactly died in this incident. One person dead, 3 injured, 2 of those injuries described as serious. It is not clear if the crane operator was among those who was hurt. I can tell you that I've seen workers here from a company identified by the jackets they're wearing as Bay Crane, and a short time ago, it looks like another crane arrived here on the scene. The workers would not talk to me. It is very possible that this crane, about a block and a half from the crane that fell, may have been brought in here to bring out the damaged crane. We expect to learn significantly more in just the next few minutes. That's when New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is going to hold a news conference. But at this hour, firemen still trying to assess the integrity of the building. Gas has been turned off. Subway lines stopped as authorities tried to determine what happened here and to prevent any further injuries. Martha.
Nice.
Thank
you.
you.
Put it over there on the step, please. Thanks.
I'm going to turn it off, Frank. How do I turn it off?
Yeah, just turn it off for me.
All right, guys, we're getting a few updates on this Manhattan crane collapse. Let me go ahead and give you that information. So this is the latest information we have right now from the Associated Press. 1 person dead, 2 others seriously injured when a crane has collapsed. And it looks like they've now cut away from it, so let me find out what this is about.
Witnesses told deputies that a white male and a white female walked into the store and began shopping. The white male then walked up to the sales counter, pointed a gun at the clerk, and demanded money. The female continued to shop for shoes and socks. At 9:44, an Escambia County deputy spotted the same vehicle matching the description given by witnesses at the toll plaza on Pensacola Beach. Deputy pursued the vehicle as it Gulf Breeze, Florida. Drove over the 3-mile bridge, entering Escambia County once again. Suspects then went east on Gregory Street.
Associate sources for the press conference to CBS Network.
Alright guys, I'm being told this may have to do with a Bonnie and Clyde type of couple that are wanted in a crime spree. Couple wanted for Alabama kidnapping and robbery. They were captured in Florida. Referred to as the Bonnie and Clyde type. Let's listen.
At 10:16, the suspect's vehicle was spotted turning south on Firestone Boulevard. The vehicle was located in a driveway at a home located in the 700 block of Connell Drive. The suspects had exited the vehicle and fled the scene on foot. Units from the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, Pensacola Police Department, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and the Gulf Breeze Police Department searched the area. During this time, many residences were searched and citizens gave descriptions of the suspects and the direction they were seen going. At 12:25, Escambia County deputies were advised by residents at a home on Whitney Drive that they had been held hostage inside their home by the two suspects. They advised the deputies that the duo took their red truck. 10 minutes later, the stolen truck was located on the 110 eastbound traveling across the interstate bridge heading towards Santa Rosa County. The Florida Highway Patrol and the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office were advised of this information. At 12:41, the stolen truck exited the 110, or the I-10, excuse me, at exit 26 and continued southbound on Carson Point Road. Then at 12:45, the stolen truck turned westbound on Saragon Lane, and units blocked off this entire area and set up a perimeter. An armed standoff ensued for approximately 15 minutes. The suspects refused to surrender. They then attempted to exit the vehicle and enter an occupied dwelling. At 12:52, the ECSO units advised that shots had been fired. Fitzgerald was pronounced dead at the scene, and Harper was wounded and was taken into custody and transported to a local hospital. Again, I would like to thank members of the law enforcement community in Northwest Florida, both our local and federal officers who participated in this, who helped us bring justice to Northwest Florida. I would also advise the media that it was the Escambia County Sheriff's Office deputies that were engaged in the actual firing of weapons in Santa Rosa County. To the best of our knowledge, it was only officers from Escambia County that returned fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'd like to join with the Sheriff in thanking the various law enforcement agencies that participated and cooperated in this matter. We had the Pensacola Police Department, Game and Fish Commission, the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Marshal's Office, and perhaps others as well, of course, the Escambia County Sheriff's Office. The cooperation by law enforcement and our office throughout Northwest Florida is excellent, and I believe that that is one of the reasons that we have been able to be effective and efficient in this matter. The woman involved is in the process of being charged with home invasion robbery, false imprisonment, and grand theft auto. She currently is in the Sacred Heart Hospital. It's my understanding, although I'm not absolutely sure, that her injuries consist of injuries to her leg and ankle. We have, the Sheriff's Office has armed guards, and we are in the process of arresting her on those charges. Our office is also working with other law enforcement agencies, including the Escambia County Sheriff's Office and Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, to investigate other possible crimes. One involves a crime of robbery of Alvin's Island in Destin, Florida. Another one involves the famous footwear occurrence in Escambia County, Florida. And there's a possibility of a matter involving the Piggly Wiggly in North Escambia County, although those matters remain under investigation and it will be necessary to gather additional information. We have some conflicting evidence as it relates to the Piggly Wiggly matter in North Escambia. As I'm sure you can understand, because these matters remain under investigation and prosecution, the Sheriff and I will be somewhat limited in the information that we can provide to you. I will also note that the Escambia County Sheriff's Office was lawfully engaged in fresh pursuit when they crossed over into Santa Rosa, so there's no legal issue there with regard to their authority to take the action that they took. As a standard procedure in Northwest Florida, by agreement with the sheriff and other agencies, anytime officer-involved shooting occurs, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is called, and they handle the matter as far as investigating the actions of the officers to make sure that there's no problems there. Preliminary indications, of course, are that there are not any problems that we're aware of. They actually work the crime scene as well. My office, including myself, was out on scene in the middle of the night, and the crime scene had already arrived. The crime scene people had already arrived and were conducting their investigation. The deceased person remained at the location until after crime scene had arrived and began their investigation. Sheriff, does that cover the matters that we had discussed and indicated need to be covered? Sheriff may have some additional information.
Well, I apologize. I just noticed also, Dominic, would you like to come up front, sir? United States Marshal Service, who was one of our federal partners in this. I want to ensure that Dominic and his folks, as you well know, we're honored to work with the United States Marshal Service. There's not a finer agency in the world for bringing fugitives to justice than the U.S. Marshal Service. So, Dominic, thank you for being here. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll answer any questions that we can.
Sheriff, as it pertains to the shooting, did Mr. Fitzgerald point a weapon at your deputies before they opened fire?
I really think that it'd be more appropriate to wait until the investigation is completed to respond to that. As I indicated, my office was on scene, FDLE was on scene. I've met and talked with their supervisor. We've viewed the scene, and beyond that, I don't think we should comment any further. As you know, of course, the suspect was armed.
Let me ask it this way, and I'm just trying to get the idea, as the sheriff described it, he exits the vehicle and tries to enter an inhabited dwelling. What would have been sort of in the protocol for the deputies to open fire as he is going into that dwelling?
Well, you have, without getting bogged down in the investigation, you have an individual that is clear has committed several crimes, violent crimes, that has a weapon and is going into a house in the middle of the night. That's about all, from my perspective, that pretty well answers the question. But again, I don't want to get too involved in discussing the investigation, because we do have a very detailed, very methodical, objective procedure where the Florida Department of Law Enforcement reviews the matter, and it takes several weeks for them to document the crime scene, interview the witnesses. They've interviewed some of the shooters and are continuing in the process of doing that. So I really don't think we should go into any more detail with regard to that at this time, and I hope you understand.
Was he able to make it inside the house?
No.
So the gunfire exchange happened outside of the house?
Yes.
How many people were inside that house?
Can one of you who's answering it step up to the microphone?
What was the question again?
How many people were inside that house?
Well, it's undetermined at this time. There were people inside the house. It's my understanding that actually the homeowner may have exited the front of the house. The incident happened at the back of the house. But there were people, there were deputies in the house, or law enforcement people. The Marshal Service had some people in the house at the time.
Was there a reason why he stopped there? Did he have any connection to that house? Or?
As far as we can determine, he had absolutely no connection to that house. That he was running from the law and run down Carson Point Road and turn right, and had nowhere to go, basically.
Christina, to expound on that question, I asked that this morning. Of course, again, the investigation continues, and understand things will change, as much as we try to be specific in these. We can find no connection with this area. I asked that question, any family, close friends, etc. Right now, we can find no tie of any kind that why they would pick this area of Florida to come to.
We're being told that they wanted to move to Florida to get married, to start a new life. Have you guys been able to?
All right, guys, it looks like we are getting an update on the crane collapse.
goal was.
So we're going to switch to that now.
Should be put in a secure position if the winds were approaching 25 miles per hour. That is lower than the typical standard for cranes, but for this company that was their standard. So in fact they were in the process of securing the crane. They got to the work site this morning at 7, recognized the winds were in the 20-mile-an-hour plus range, and were proceeding to secure the crane, actually to bring it down to a safe and secure position when this incident occurred. Our Department of Buildings personnel had been on the site yesterday to approve the next steps in the work on that building. They had inspected the crane yesterday morning at 6:20 a.m. And reviewed the work that was being done and had approved it. Again, this morning, in fact, no work was done on the site because the crew made the decision immediately to bring the crane down into the secure position, and this incident occurred literally as they were lowering the crane to secure it. We have now some updates on what's being done to secure the area and deal with the aftermath. Obviously, first and foremost, the human effect. Our hearts go out to the families of the individual who's been lost and to all those who have been injured. We're concerned, obviously, for everyone who lives and works in the area to make sure they'll be safe. The immediate concern relates to the fact that there's been gas leaks as a result of this incident. FDNY and Con Ed have been sweeping all the related buildings along Worth Street constantly. So far, they have not detected the type of gas levels that give them additional fear of any further problems, but they are literally sweeping them every 15 minutes to check gas levels. There have not been larger evacuations, only those buildings that have been immediately affected, physically affected by the crane hitting them. The fact is, this is a very, very sad incident. We've lost a life. But if you go out there on the street, as I did, and see what happened here, thank God it was not worse. And in fact, a crew was directing people away from Worth Street as the crane was being lowered. So that crew, those construction workers who, in the normal course of their work, as they were lowering the crane, were in fact keeping people away from the site and keeping traffic from proceeding down West Broadway. That is part of why this situation was not even worse. As I said, FDNY continues sweeping the buildings and securing the situation on the streets, along with Con Ed and Department of Buildings. Con Ed has turned off gas in most of the buildings as a precaution, and they will be able to resolve the gas leak issue by early afternoon, as far as we know at this point. In addition, we should assume for people who live or work along Worth Street, between Hudson and Church, that this area is going to be cut off, largely cut off or partially cut off for several days. We'll make every effort to accommodate people. There's going to be larger disruptions in the area between Canal on the south, and Canal on the north, Chambers on the south, Hudson on the west, and Broadway on the east. That box, we're going to see a lot of disruption in the coming hours and probably next few days as issues are resolved and addressed. The number 1 train continues running but is skipping 2 stops in the affected area. So a number of measures have been taken to protect people and make sure that we can focus on the work of addressing the situation and getting things back to normal over the next few days. But it will certainly take several days, certainly no earlier than Monday, possibly longer, before we can get things back to normal in these immediate blocks. In addition, we have taken the precaution, even though wind levels have not reached the level that normally would lead to a larger shutdown of cranes around the city. We're taking the precaution of doing that right now. So this type of crane, again, is called a crawler crane. It is not the largest type of crane, which is called a tower crane. But the crawler cranes in this city that are registered with the Department of Buildings, 376 of them, all potentially active today, but not necessarily active. It all depends on the work site. But we're instructing right now all 376 crawler cranes to be secured, whatever is the most secure position for them in a wind condition. They've all been ordered to be secured immediately. In addition, the 43 tower cranes, the larger cranes in the city, have all been ordered to go into a secure position immediately. Those are some of the basic updates. Let me also tell you, throughout the morning, we've been working here at the site with First Deputy Mayor Tony Shores, our Commissioner for Emergency Management, Joe Esposito, our Buildings Commissioner, Rick Chandler, from the Fire Department, First Deputy Commissioner Turner and Chief of Department Leonard, from the Police Department, Chief of Department O'Neill, and from Con Ed, Richard Yacco has been the senior Con Ed person on site, and all of those agencies obviously are closely coordinating. I walked the length of the crane. You can see how powerful the damage was, but you can also see again that it was something of a miracle that there wasn't more impact, and thank God that the impact on people wasn't worse, because this is an area that normally would have had a lot of people around it, rush hour in the morning, lower Manhattan. But because, again, the crane was being lowered into the secure position and the construction workers were blocking off the area, the danger to people on the street was lessened, and thank God we didn't have more injuries and we didn't lose more people. Just for your knowledge, we just checked the history. This is the first crane collapse in the city since 2008. A number of precautions were put in place. In fact, there were 2 major crane collapses in 2008. A number of precautions were put in place at that time that have been very effective in stopping this kind of problem. And in fact, those type of precautions were in place today, which is why this crane was being lowered into a secure position. But something went wrong in that process. There's going to be a full investigation to find out what went wrong. And obviously, if it tells us anything that will lead to other changes going forward. Full police investigation underway, full Department of Buildings investigation underway. This is being treated as a scene where we want to get all the facts about what happened here before we can come to further judgments specifically about this incident and about any changes we may want to make as a result. With that, unless any of my colleagues have anything to add, we'll go to your questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Beyond the definition you just described of nothing since 2008.
Right.
I mean, there really has been an epidemic of crane accidents in the city over the past decade. What can you do to police this?
I'm going to disagree with the term epidemic. There have been some very serious incidents. And again, I think my predecessor took some major steps after 2008 to change the way cranes were handled, and obviously those steps worked, because here we are 8 years later. It's a very painful day. I'm not going to minimize what's happened here. We have to figure out what happened. We have to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. But I would say differently. We've had some real serious issues on construction sites that we are taking major steps to change and to address, but that is different from what we've seen here.
Mayor,
this is something that hasn't happened in almost a decade.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The other people who were hurt, were they injured by falling debris or the actual crane itself, and where were they located?
I want to see if either Chief O'Neill or who has the best sense of where each individual was.
Hit by falling debris.
Here, you go ahead. Chief Leonard.
We had four total patients. One was the person who was killed upon the impact, and the other people were all hit by falling debris. So they all sustained, as the mayor reported, non-life-threatening injuries.
Chief, can you tell us what type of project was going on? What was the construction?
I'll defer to the buildings.
So the building where the crane was working was at 60 Hudson Street, which is the former Western Union building. We have to do further investigation about what kind of permits were happening, but we do know that...
Speak up.
Sure. The work that was ongoing was to replace generators and air conditioning equipment on the roof. So we had full permits for the crane itself. We're further investigating what might have been required for the equipment that was being installed on the roof.
What was the address?
60 Hudson Street, the former Western Union building.
And tell them how long this site had been active.
So they've been up for about a week. So they put the crane up on January 30.
People in the neighborhood say that they noticed a couple of days ago that the crane appeared unstable toward the top, that a cable appeared to have broken. Did the inspection yesterday indicate any sort of loss of integrity or stability with that crane?
We're unaware of any complaints of that nature at all. Yesterday's inspection was on the ground as they were putting an extension on the boom, and it was successful.
Chief, can you describe the damage to the other building when it fell?
The other buildings.
So, the other damage to the buildings was the parapets on 2 of the buildings next to the New York Law School. So those are in danger of collapsing right now. So we're cordoning off the street at a 50-foot collapse zone, and we'll have the sidewalk shed erected immediately. So to minimize the disruption to those buildings.
Can you explain the process of when you're saying how you're going to shore this up, or how you're going to secure?
Do you take it down piece by piece, et cetera?
Sure. Well, they'll take down the parapet. I think that's the only thing that is in danger of collapse right now. So we'll have them determine what contractor will be in here. But the first things first is to get the sidewalk shed in, and then we'll take the parapet.
We have removed parts. I'm sorry. We have removed parts of the parapets already. We sent our people up there, and then in conjunction with the building department inspectors to make it partially safe right now. But then buildings will issue orders to have it professionally done.
There's video of the crane being lowered. It's coming down, and then all of a sudden it comes down quickly. Have you talked to the operator to see what exactly happened?
Chief O'Neill?
Sure.
The NYPD, in conjunction with the Department of Buildings, is conducting an investigation. Our detective bureau is working with the DOB on this, and we're interviewing the crane operator right now.
And what did he tell you?
We're in the middle of the interview. It's not over
Why would
yet.
it be a police investigation?
Just in case there's anything criminal. We have to consider all factors here.
Chief, can you tell us about the victims, the deceased, the folks who are in the hospital, their genders, their ages, anything about that?
No, we'll release that later. We're in the middle of making notifications.
The mayor said that the crane wasn't in use.
The length of the boom and the approximate weight of the boom and or the whole thing, the crane and the boom itself.
You want those yeah, give them a sense
So the
of that.
boom length for this unit was 565 feet. So it's a very large crane, and it was approved, and it was submitted by an engineer, went over with my staff. So that was approved for that. It's a capacity of 330 tons. So it's a very, very large crane, perfectly fine in terms of the way it was engineered, but obviously it requires an investigation as to why this happened.
The crane wasn't in use yesterday.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
When was the last time?
Say again?
You said the crane wasn't used yesterday because you guys are investigating.
No. I'm sorry. Let me say it, and I want to make sure you hear it carefully. Yesterday, 6:20 a.m., Department of Building staff are on the site because the crane was going to be added to. There was an extension being added. The Department of Buildings does not allow that to happen until it is approved. So I want to be very clear. When our crane operators set up a beginning, they have to have Department of Buildings approval. When they change any of their protocol, they have to have Department of Buildings approval. They're not allowed to act or do any work until Department of Buildings is on site and has approved. That happened yesterday morning.
So when was the last time it was used?
Well, after that, right?
I'm assuming it was used yesterday. We'll have to verify that. I'm not sure what work was done yesterday.
But again, no work was done this morning upon the arrival. The crew, seeing that the wind speeds were around 20 miles per hour, and that their manufacturer requirement was when it got to 25 to bring it down, they literally didn't even start work. They just started the immediate securing of the crane.
You said that there was an extension.
Hold on a sec. Go ahead.
You said there was an extension added to it. So how long was it before? Did it mean that before it was less than 565?
Yeah, it was less than 565. I can't tell you how long the extension was, but it was permitted to go to a maximum of 565, and this extension brought it to that length.
All right, we'll get you.
But we'll get you the details.
But we can get you where it was before and after. Yeah.
Do you have any working theories on what happened? I know we're early in this.
We don't want to offer anything hypothetical. We want to really check what happened here and get an answer.
Mayor, are you concerned that there's been an increase or several notable construction deaths in the city lately, or deaths of pedestrians on the street around construction sites? Are you worried that the pace of development in Manhattan is putting New Yorkers at risk?
I'm worried that we've had several incidents that I think were avoidable, and obviously that first and foremost involves the companies and how they've done their work. But we are adding a large number of inspectors. That was part of our last budget. We'll give you more details on that. And we're going to be very, very stringent on this point. But that's a different issue than what we have here. I really want to separate the two pieces very, very sharply. So I want people to hear me loud and clear. We've had some construction site incidents that are very troubling. We have more and more inspectors who are going to get on top of that. We're going to be very tough on those companies. This is a totally different matter. This was a company that was putting their crane into the secure position as we would have wanted them to, and that we inspected as recently as yesterday. So this is an entirely different matter.
Mayor, can you tell us who the company is?
The company? Hold on, we're going to be with you in a second. Go ahead, the company?
The company is Galasso Trucking and Rigging.
Can you spell that?
Galasso.
And the company that the crane?
Gala.
And it's
Galasso.
Galasso.
And the
Bay Crane Company is the owner.
Bay Crane owns the crane. Galasso operates, correct?
Yep.
Okay. In the back? I heard.
The crane, is it 330 tons the crane, or it can handle loads up to 330 tons with the wet snow that we had today? Is that another factor in safety and whether or not you'd have to bring it down because of the way the crane itself down?
It's the capacity of the crane is 330 tons, not the weight of the boom itself. I can't imagine the snow was a factor at all, but that will be considered under the investigation.
Any other questions?
Does this kind of a crane have an onboard computer? Would that be part of an investigation?
It will be part of the investigation, and I'm not sure of the answer to your question.
Where was the base of the crane located?
On Worth?
Yeah, on Worth between Hudson and West Broadway.
Yeah.
Is this what's referred to as a mobile crane, or a mobile crane smaller? Is this considered a mobile crane?
Yes, this is a mobile crane because it has a crawler on it, so it can move.
Okay, last call. Any other questions?
Was the victim sitting in the car?
On the driver's side, I believe. Do we know?
I'm not sure if that's
Okay,
determined yet.
we'll check that.
Where was the car?
What block?
So I'm sorry, can I just ask?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. The car was parked on Worth
Between Church and West
between Church and West Broadway, but we need to get more detail to tell you exactly where the individual was sitting. In the back?
So there was an extension added to the boom today, is that correct?
Yesterday, correct, Rick?
Correct.
Yesterday.
Was the first time it had been elevated? Was it yesterday was the first time it was elevated?
No, it had been doing work. They'd been putting loads up on the roof, and I don't have the details of how many or how often, but they had been working.
Right, so Rich, to the best of our understanding, they have been doing work over the last few days. They had to do, hold on folks, they have been doing work over the last few days. They were then trying to do work that required reaching farther back on the roof or higher, and so they applied for an extension. They were granted an extension by Department of Buildings inspectors who were on the site yesterday at 6:20, and then we will find out whether they did some of that work yesterday. But again, this morning they did no work on the site. They were simply in the process of securing the crane.
I have noticed like several vehicles that are on Wood Street look like city vehicles. Would this be like a city employee?
We don't. I don't think we have the details yet to offer on.
We haven't
the
made
individual.
any family
Right.
notifications yet. So.
We need to get more information. Yeah.
What type of buildings were evacuated? Residential, commercial?
I think everything's been commercial. Right?
Non-residential.
Yeah. all,
Non-residential.
New York Law School and some other surrounding buildings, but nothing residential at this point. And again, ongoing sweeps by FDNY and Con Ed on the gas situation. So far, at least as of a few minutes ago, they had not found any gas issues in a building that would cause further evacuation, but that's going to be monitored constantly until the gas is cut off, which will be by the early afternoon. Yes?
So what is the message for residents in the area that's impacted? How do they stay updated in terms of, updates from Con Ed, updates from the city?
We'll be putting out updates constantly, all the different ways we do it, obviously, to the people of the city. I think folks who live and work in the immediate area should assume a disruption that will go through the weekend, I think, and into Monday, even potentially longer. I think better safe than sorry. People should assume several days of disruption. We want to do this very carefully. We want to keep everyone safe. But if people need access to a building to get their belongings or for something urgent, they will be escorted by NYPD at the appropriate time and in a safe manner into a building. Yeah.
The base of the crane was parked at what exact address?
The base?
It was the base of the crane was between West Broadway and Hudson, so right in the mid-block on the north side, on Worth. On the north side of the building on Worth Street.
And can you tell us which building was damaged, the address of the building that had the parapets? It wasn't New York Law School, it was a different building?
Well, the parapets.
I didn't write them down, but there was 4 buildings sustained. There were 4 buildings sustained the damage with the parapets. One of them, at least, was New York Law School. It was from the corner of Church, moving west down the block. So it was the first 4 buildings that are affected.
Yeah, and one of them definitely was a New York Law School building.
Victims pronounced dead on the scene?
Yes.
Where were the other 3 victims? Were they on the street or in the car?
Again, we're going to get all those details as the investigation proceeds, but emphasizing that none of them, from what we know at this point, have life-threatening injuries. 2 in serious condition, 1 with minor injuries.
Mayor, I know it's early. This Galasso Construction Company, or maybe the commissioner know, any violations? Have you had a chance to check their history yet to see?
We can say initially, and Commissioner, you can step in, we obviously asked the same question this morning on both Galasso, which was operating the site, and Bay Crane, which owns the crane. No recent negative activity. So at this point, we believe that they've been doing their work effectively. But again, there'll be a full investigation of everything that happened here.
Thank you.
Anything else? Last call.
Can you explain
Yes.
why this might cause a gas leak?
Just the sheer impact. Who wants to speak to that?
It's just the impact of this large crane, the impact of the large crane striking the ground also broke a water main too. So the water main was contained, the Con Ed is actively working on the gas leak, just the impact.
Yeah, hold on, from Con Ed.
We have our, good morning, we have our gas mains are underground, of course. Some of the pipe cannot withstand a tremendous impact like that. We're currently in the process of isolating that main. In the meantime, the fire department, the police department, and Con Edison are scanning all the buildings constantly. They're making sure that there is no gas leaks that could cause a problem inside the building. So we're watching for that. We're meticulous about that. We're also watching our electric. Steam is shut off. I could assure you that Con Edison is using all its resources assisting the mayor's office to make sure everything is safe as far as the utilities are concerned.
And can you say and spell your first and last name and your title with Con Ed?
Richard Yako, Y-A-K-O. I'm a senior specialist in the emergency response group.
Okay, last call. Any other questions? Yes. I don't have anything right now. We'll get you something later. Anything else? Last call? Okay, thanks everyone. We'll get you updates later.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go out. Let's go. We don't want to do it now.
All right, everyone. Looks like that is a wrap on that press conference update. Let's see if they take us back to the scene of the crane collapse. Oh, they've just dipped to black. TBD is what they're going to show us next. I'm going to continue to monitor these monitors, and in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and take you guys to New Hampshire, where Bernie Sanders is speaking.
But are unable to do so for one reason, and that is their families lack the money. And you got millions of other people, and this is unbelievable. I mean, I knew about this issue, but I really did not know until I began running for president how significant it was. And this is a huge burden of student debt. Every place I go, every speech that I give, I say to people, tell me, how many of you are dealing with student debt? Whoop, everybody's hands go up. And the numbers that come out, I think last night we did a rally, and a woman jumped up and said I had $150,000 in debt. Talked to a woman in Burlington, Vermont a couple of years ago, $300,000 in debt for the crime of going to medical school. Saw a kid in Iowa last week, $60,000 in debt after 2 years of college, dropped out. Okay, that's crazy stuff. I mean, if you want to have a well-educated workforce, which everybody does, you should not penalize people because they're trying to get that education. What does that mean? It means, in my view, that when we talk about public education, it is no longer good enough to be talking about first grade through 12th grade. That was a great concept for 100 years. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree, you're doing pretty well. You can go out and get a good job. You had the education you needed to make it in the economy. That is not the case today. Today, in my view, when we talk about public education, it should include free tuition at public colleges and universities. And furthermore, we have got to deal with this issue of student debt. So what I am proposing is to lower student debt by allowing those with the debt to do what they cannot do today. And that is, right now, they are stuck at high interest rates often. And I want them to have the opportunity to refinance those loans at the lowest interest rates available, not be stuck with 8% where you can get interest rates of 3%. That will take a huge bite out of the student debt of millions of people in this country. Now, people say, well, Bernie, that's a nice idea, Santa Claus, and what else do you have for us? Coming down the old chimney, yeah? Okay, how are you going to pay for this one? It's an expensive proposition, $70 billion a year to do what I want to do. And I'll tell you how we'll pay for it. We're going to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. That's how we're going to do for it. Now, when Wall Street needed a bailout, it came to the middle class. In my view, it is Wall Street's time to help the middle class today. And now I understand why the head of Goldman Sachs the other day thought that I was dangerous. All right, well, it's okay. What about another issue that we need to talk about? And this issue is interesting because it ties up with other issues. I am on the Senate Energy Committee and the Senate Environmental Committee, and I will tell you what I suspect everybody in this room already knows, and that is that climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already doing devastating harm to our country and to the world. And what the scientists tell us, and I think we have got to listen to them, that we got a short window of opportunity to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel. And if we do not do that, the planet that we will be leaving our children and our grandchildren will be increasingly unhealthy. Now, what is interesting about this debate is that the scientific community is virtually unanimous. That's what they say. And in fact, some of the new studies that are coming out are suggesting that they underestimated the severity of the problem. And what they're now saying is that it could be, and I want you to hear this, that by the end of this century, and I got 7 grandchildren, at the end of this century, this planet could be 5 to 10 degrees warmer than it is today. That Vermont and New Hampshire will have climates similar to Georgia by the end of this century. And all of you understand what that means. It means more floods, more droughts, more rising sea levels, more acidification of the ocean, and we are in the process of destroying oceans right now. It means more international conflict as people fight over limited natural resources, water, land to grow their crops. That's what we are looking at. Now, that is a tragedy that I, if elected president, will deal with in a very, very bold way. We've got to work with China, we've got to work with India, Russia, countries all over the world. And we're beginning to make some progress. But we have to move much more aggressively. But here's the point that I want to make, which ties up with another point. I want you to think about it. How does it happen, and I gather you've had Republican candidates coming here, right? How does it happen that not one Republican candidate for president will tell you what the entire scientific community is saying? That climate change is real and that it has to be dealt with for future generations. Are the Republican candidates dummies? No. No, I serve on many committees with these guys. We talk about health care, we talk about other issues. We disagree, to be sure. But they don't go around attacking cancer researchers or Alzheimer's researchers. They listen, they ask intelligent questions. How does it happen that on this issue they deny science? And this gets you right back to a corrupt campaign finance system. Because the day that any Republican candidate comes to this podium and says, you know what, I've read the literature, I've talked to the scientists, climate change is real, and we've got to do something about it, on that day, they will lose their campaign funding from the Koch brothers, from ExxonMobil, and from the fossil fuel industry. And that is just one example of the corrupting impact that campaign money plays on our public policy. Okay? And that is why we need to overturn the Citizens United and allow elected officials to deal with the real issues facing our country and not have to worry about where they're getting their money from. All right, I've gone on too long, but let me just raise one other issue. What this campaign is trying to do is to ask the American people to think big and not small. Question, which I want you to think about. Why is the United States the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right? Now, I'm a member of the committee that wrote the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things. It has ended this obscenity of pre-existing conditions. You all remember pre-existing conditions? 20 years from now, people will not even believe that we allowed that to happen. That if you had breast cancer, they would insure you for everything except what you needed it most. I mean, that's what pre-existing conditions were about. That's gone. We have added some 17 million more Americans into the ranks of the insured. We have done away with discrimination against women who are paying higher premiums for the crime of being a woman. All right? We've dealt with that as well. But we still have 29 million Americans without any health insurance. We still have people in this room and all over this country who are underinsured with large deductibles and copayments. We still pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, such that 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford the prescriptions their doctors are writing. And yet, despite all of that, we end up spending far, far more per capita on health care than do the people of any other country. I don't know how many of you know this. We are spending almost 3 times per capita more than they do in the UK, guaranteeing health care to all people there, 50% more than the French, and far more than our Canadian neighbors who guarantee health care to all people. Why is that? How does that happen? Why are we the only country on earth that doesn't say whether you're rich, you're poor, you're young, you're old, whether you're living in California or New Hampshire, guess what? You're an American, you have health care. Okay? Now, I believe in that. I believe that health care is a right of all people and not a privilege. But more importantly, I believe that it's absurd that we are spending so much more per capita on health care than other countries. I think it is absurd that while our people cannot afford prescription drugs, while elderly people are cutting their pills in half because they can't afford to buy medicine, the top 3 drug companies last year made $45 billion in profit, and they could double the price of your medicine tomorrow, and nobody can do anything about it because of the incredible power of the pharmaceutical industry and their campaign contributors and their lobbyists. Bottom line is, I believe that we should move toward a Medicare for all single-payer program. And what that would do, not only guarantee health care to all people as a right, it would save middle-class families thousands of dollars a year on their health care costs. And do you know what else it would do? Which we don't talk about very much. How many millions of people in this country are staying at jobs which they don't want to be at because they get decent health care benefits for their family? Whole lot of people. If we said to those people and to every American, you know what? You can go out economically. You could start your own small business. You're an entrepreneur. You got an idea. Go do it. And your family will have health care. You know what that does to the economy? When people are not forced to be at work at jobs they don't want to be in. I think it would be a huge asset to this country. You know what it will mean to small and medium-sized businesses who spend half their lives trying to figure out how they're going to provide health insurance to their employees, getting that off their backs? Doesn't matter whether you're a big corporation or a small business, your worker is going to have health insurance. So I see this as a real boon to our economy, and I think we should move in that direction. So here we are. It's 2016. We live in a wonderful, extraordinary country, but there is so much more that has to be done. And what the theme of my campaign is about is that no president can do it alone. We need the involvement of ordinary people at every level to stand up and help transform this country. So I believe that we should not have the highest rate of childhood poverty when we have more income and wealth inequality, that we should not be the only major country on earth not to have health care for all or not to have paid family and medical leave when the 20 wealthiest people have more wealth than the bottom half of our people. I think that if we stand together and if we don't allow the Donald Trumps of the world to try to divide us up, there is no limit to what we can accomplish, and that is what this campaign is about, and that is what a Sanders administration will be about. Thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words. Yes.
We want to thank the one of the most pressing issues that many of the residents of New Hampshire are facing is the opiate drug addiction problem. It's not just a New Hampshire problem. As you know, your governor,
That's right.
just a couple of years ago, the state of the state addressed one issue, and that was the drug addiction. It's a national problem. Your response to
Jim,
it?
thanks for raising that. It is it's painful. I just met a woman yesterday whose stepdaughter overdosed. I think here in New Hampshire, you're losing one person a day. Is it roughly?
400 last year.
Yeah, over one person a day. And in Vermont, it's a crisis. So let me just talk about it in several respects. Number one, we're going to have to deal with this on a number of different levels. First of all, I think the pharmaceutical industry is going to have to accept its responsibility about the drugs that it is producing. It goes without saying that nobody wants to, if I have a bad back, I want some alleviation of that pain. But we got to figure out a way to make sure that those drugs, very powerful drugs, just are not widely distributed. I'll give you an example. Somebody had a tooth extraction. They were given 50 very heavy opiates, 50. And doctors, I think, in many respects, I know in Vermont we're trying to deal with it, and I'm sure you are here in New Hampshire. But you just cannot throw these drugs out. Kids are getting a hold of these drugs, and others. It's not just kids. All right? People are getting a hold of these drugs. I know somebody fairly close to me had a painful, she was in pain, started taking the opiates. It absolutely impacted her life in a very, very negative way, became addicted to it. We can't ignore this. So the pharmaceutical industry is going to have to take a hard look at it. That's number one. Doctors are going to take a hard look at the degree to which they are overprescribing. And number three, we have got to do a lot better in terms of treatment. So for a start, we have got to look at substance abuse and addiction not as a criminal issue, but as a health care issue. And what that means is we have got to have facilities that are available to treat people when they need it. I was to a very good facility here in Manchester, and they have one approach, and there are different approaches for different people. But one thing is sure, that if you need help and you are dealing with substance abuse, you need it today, not 4 months from now, and not whether your insurance covers you or not. We must understand that mental health issues are health issues, and people who need treatment must have that treatment. So, Jim, thanks for asking that question. I am very aware of it. I mean, I've talked to police chiefs in Vermont on this issue, and I know that it is very, very serious here. So those are some of the ideas, and not to mention, of course, that you want to make sure that medicine is available to EMT people and police officers who arrive on the scene so that they can help people survive.
I see a friend from AARP, Kathy.
Well, it's Ruth Allen, but that's okay.
Well, Kathy's friend, Ruth.
This guy's a good politician.
This is Kathy, and I'm Ruth Allen. And I live here in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I want to thank you so much, Senator Sanders, for being willing to take a stand on the all-important issue of Social Security, not only for us now, but for the future generations. How do you propose getting the Democrats and the Republicans to work together on proposing your specific plan to shore up Social Security, and where is it a priority in, say, your first 100 days?
Okay. It is a real priority, and if I hadn't gone on for an hour, I would have made it a priority in this speech. It is something that I believe very strongly about. I am the founder of what we call in the Senate the Defending Social Security Caucus. There are a lot of people, mostly Republicans and a few Democrats, who over the last few years said that Social Security is going broke and we've got to cut Social Security benefits. We need to move toward a chained CPI. Anybody here know what a chained CPI is? I'm going to tell you this, you're all going to laugh. Don't laugh, but this is what they think. A chained CPI means that the cost of living adjustments, the COLAs, that seniors are getting for Social Security are too generous. Oh, you didn't laugh. Just one person laughed. Anybody here know what the COLA for seniors on Social Security was last year? Zero. Too generous, I guess. Now you're laughing. Okay, and that's how absurd it is. So, background for this is that in Vermont, New Hampshire, all over this country, you got millions of seniors trying to get by on $12,000, $13,000 a year. They can't. They're the ones who are cutting their pills in half, not eating adequately, not heating their homes adequately. You don't make it on $12,000 a year. And this is an issue we raise. So what do you do? What's the right thing to do? Well, my Republican friends are not telling the truth. And they're saying, well, you got to cut Social Security because Social Security is going broke. Well, actually, Social Security Trust Fund has $2.7 trillion and it can pay out all benefits for the next 19 years, not going broke. But 19 years is not enough. We have to extend it. What is the right thing to do? Well, it's what President Obama, when he was running for office in 2008, said we should do. And it's the position that I have advocated in legislation that I have in. And that is to say that right now, somebody's making $5 million a year, somebody's making $118,000 a year. They're both contributing the same amount into Social Security because there's a cap on Social Security. Lift that cap, start at $250,000. What you can do is extend the life of Social Security for 58 years, and you can expand benefits for those people making $16,000 a year or less by $1,300 a year. So I believe we should lift the cap, expand benefits, extend the life of Social Security. Now the question is, how do we make this happen? Well, AARP has played a very good role in this, as have other senior organizations. And in fact, because of the senior organizations, we were successful in preventing cuts to Social Security. You don't know how close that came. We were a day away, literally almost hours away, where a decision was going to be made to cut COLAs. We pushed back on that, and we won. But I think this is an example of something that I talk about often. The vast majority of the American people in poll after poll don't want to cut Social Security. They want to expand Social Security benefit. So when we bring millions of seniors and others together, we will win this fight. This is a winnable fight because this is exactly what the American people want, and that is a fight I look forward to leading.
I see a young gentleman here. Identify yourself. Right. Yes, sir.
Senator, good morning. I've been a wildlife biologist here for a long time. Seeing our, like you, I'm concerned with climate change, its impact on fish and wildlife. Our moose numbers are down some 50% over the last decade as the winters have shortened and allowing for a big uptick in ticks. That's right. The renewable fuel standards was thought to be, a way to address renewable fuels, but really it's just added to this corn-based ethanol, which turns out maybe not such a great thing. And I know from where it's produced, it's impacting the wildlife habitat population elsewhere in the country. What is your position? How and why would you continue to support something like that when we know it's not
It's not great, but it's going to evolve. I just came back from Iowa, and they're working on cellulosic biofuels, which I think will be more efficient and address some of your concerns. But here is the bottom line on that. And by the way, I agree with you. I have seen a presentation, and many of you are aware about moose now being infested with these ticks that are just draining the blood. You got it right out of them. It's horrible. And not just one small manifestation of what climate change is doing. But here is the bottom line on all of this stuff. Is we must break our dependence on fossil fuel. And that means moving aggressively to energy efficiency. And I brought a lot of money into the state of Vermont. And I've been in homes which are now using 50% less fuel than it should. We can do this. This is not rocket science. We know what good insulation, good windows can do. But we have also got to move to sustainable energy. And that means wind. It means solar. In Vermont, I know, we don't look at our part of the world as having great solar exposure. But actually, we are not much different than Germany is, and they have gone fairly aggressively into solar. We could do it. The cost of solar panels is plummeting. You have utility scale solar. I've introduced legislation for 10 million solar rooftops. Geothermal. There is a lot of technology out there that could do it. So to answer your question, I think climate change is one of the great crises facing our planet, and we have got to be extremely, extremely aggressive in taking on the fossil fuel industry and in transforming our energy system. But thanks for your work.
Two more questions. Young lady here standing, the hand up.
Senator Sanders. Miss.
Hi, I'm a faculty member at the New Hampshire Institute of Art, which is a nonprofit private arts college, undergraduate and graduate faculty and students. Under your College for All plan, you want to provide free tuition for public colleges and universities. What will happen to us privates? How will we compete with that?
You will also get, that's a very good question. We have great private institutions all over this country, and there are many people, for a variety of reasons, that want to go to private institutions, and we have to sustain them. And what we will do is substantially increase benefits to private institutions in terms of significantly expanding Pell Grants so that low and middle class people will be able to go to private schools, increase work-study opportunities as well. So we are not unmindful of that issue, and we will. The goal here is to make college affordable to people who want to get a higher education. And by the way, if I could, it's not just college. We have some great young people who are not academically inclined, who need training to be carpenters or electricians or plumbers, a very important work where people can earn a living. They need to get the training as well. But we are not unmindful that there are many young people who want to go to a private school, and regardless of their income, they should be able to do that as well.
Maybe one more question. The Senator has a busy schedule, as you can gather. But before I just ask the last question, somebody's going to have a little difficulty leaving the parking lot today because they dropped their keys. If you want to see me afterwards and tell me what your car is, maybe we can negotiate whether you can get the keys back, but just a little. So see me. One final question, young lady here.
Hi, Senator. Thank you for coming today. In Oakland, California, recently, a Walmart increased the minimum wage to $15, and the store is now closing. So what kind of plan do you have for the...
No, I don't think the Walmart increased their wages. I would be surprised if it was to $15. I think it was to $10.10. But that's what Walmart is talking about. But here's what it is. We have got to make a decision that is national. In other words, if one employee, and you have a problem right now, you have two small businesses competing against each other. One employer is trying to do the right thing by his employees, paying them decent wages and benefits. The other is not. The guy who's trying to do the right thing is at an economic disadvantage. That's wrong. Paying a living wage and providing health care should not penalize your business opportunities. So I think by raising the minimum wage over a period of several years to $15 an hour, I think is the right thing. It makes everybody equally competitive. And I'll tell you something else that it does. It puts disposable income into the hands of working people who did not have that. And when they have that money, they're going to go out and go shopping, and they're going to buy a product, and that purchase of that product creates another job. But I think ultimately we have to recognize that working people in this country are entitled to a living wage. I think that means $15 an hour over the next few years.
We want to thank the Senator for stopping by to Politics and Eggs and wish him much success.
Thank you all very much.
Oh no, we have lost the feed. Bear with me, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and find something for you guys to watch. In fact, here's a clip of Ben Carson speaking. Give me a second while I go ahead and get this ready for you. This is Ben Carson speaking, another presidential candidate. Let's watch.
Bring people out of dependency and help them become part of the fabric of our nation. So there's nothing in me that is Islamophobic or phobic of anything else. But there is such a thing as common sense. There is such a thing as logic, utilizing the brain that God gave you in order to create the right environment and to be able to make the right kinds of decisions. And people will always try to characterize those as being prejudicial or unjust to someone. And you do have to be able to defend why they are not unjust, and I can do that. And I'm always happy to do that in any situation, for any position that I take. And it's important for people to engage in discussion. When you disagree with someone, it's very important to engage in discussion with them rather than to get into respective corners and throw hand grenades at them, because all that does is increases the division. Whereas if you begin to have civil conversations, very often you'll find out that you're not nearly as far away from each other as you think you are. And that's how you make progress, you know, in a multidisciplinary society. And we have time for one last question.
Thank you for coming, by the way, and I really like what you said about political correctness. But my question is pretty much geared towards a sense of entitlement that seems to be floating around, that has really grown into a monster these past 8 years. If you were elected into office, what would you do to kind of combat that expected sense of entitlement that seems to have been positively reinforced by the current president of the United States?
Yeah, well, it's been reinforced by this president and by several before him. You know, you can go all the way back to Woodrow Wilson. That's when it really kind of started. And it really, on steroids, by the time you got to LBJ, the government is saying, we are going to eliminate poverty. A war on poverty. The government. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that's the government's responsibility. But at any rate, how'd that work out? You know, $19 trillion later, we have 10 times more people on food stamps, more people on welfare, broken homes, out of wedlock births, poverty, incarceration, crime, everything that was supposed to be better. It's not only worse, it's much worse, because it's not the government's responsibility, quite frankly. And they need to read the Constitution. Maybe they did read it. Maybe they got confused when they read the preamble. And it said to promote the general welfare. And they thought that meant to put everybody on general welfare. But that's not what it meant by any stretch of the imagination. And, you know, clearly, in more than 30 states, you can make more money today by receiving government entitlements than you can for working a minimum wage job. So a lot of people conclude, why should I go to work when I'm just going to get this money anyway? And that was not the way Americans used to think. The way they used to think is, I'm going to take this minimum wage job because I'm going to meet people, I'm going to learn skills, I'm going to get opportunities, I'm going to climb the ladder, and I'm going to be much better off. And that's exactly what did happen. But that's been lost culturally. So what we need to do is fix the economy. You're told that we're down to 5% unemployment. You have to be stupid to believe that, or ignorant. Let me put it that way, that's better. Because you can make the unemployment number anything you want it to be by who you include and who you exclude. And currently, we exclude people who aren't looking for work, which is a lot of people who are in that category of people that I just talked about in those more than 30 states, which is craziness. The labor force participation rate is at its lowest rate ever since there was a labor force participation rate. So we're in horrible shape. What we have to do is create a job market. Again, good jobs, not chicken jobs, real jobs, so you don't have to have 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. And the way we do that is we loosen or unleash the economic engine. Get rid of those unnecessary regulations, fix the tax code, and the money that's on the sidelines, which is trillions of dollars, will flow back into the system very, very quickly. And we will be humming in no time. Once that occurs, when people clearly have a choice of being on the dole or getting a job, or getting a good job, and they choose to stay in the dole, that's when you do it. That's when we start cutting back on all of those things. That's when we start making them work for their benefits. But if you do that before you fix the economy, all it's going to do is create animosity, and we don't want to do that. All right, thank you all very much.
I've been asked to ask everyone to please remain seated until Dr. Carson is able to leave for security reasons. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was Ben Carson in New Hampshire. As you know, pretty much every presidential candidate is in New Hampshire, given that next week is the New Hampshire primary. Everyone hoping to lock down that state. We just heard from Ben Carson. Now I'm going to go ahead and share with you a video of one of Ben Carson's competitors. This is Rubio holding a rally in New Hampshire.
He is still in South Carolina in his last duty state.
Anthony, who's our 10-year-old, and then Dominic, who is, how old are you, Dominic? 8. Do you want to give your speech now or later? No? All right. I'm so glad they were able to come with me. And you want to stay up here? You guys should sit down. They're going to keep you standing here the whole time. But they were. You want to stay? All right. Stay here. There you go. Sit on the stool. Come on, sit on the stool. That way they won't ask me, nobody will ask me like a mean question because my son is here. So they were really excited. They were coming up to the Northeast and they said, we want it to snow because we don't see a lot of snow. And I'm like, let me tell you, no, I said, listen, the people of New Hampshire do not want snow. I am against snow. But I heard it coming in, it might snow tomorrow. That is not my fault. That's Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. Or maybe it was Bernie. I don't know. It was one of them. So, it was who? What? It was Trump? No, it wasn't. I'll make America snow again, right? So, anyway, I'm so glad you're here. And I want to thank the people in the room next door because they kept us in here because of the fire marshal. But I'm glad they're here, and I wanted to say hello to them. And I'm going to stay as long as it takes to see everybody. Hear that? Very good. I think that's the room where they're doing the free beer, too, so I think that helps. Anyway. No noise. They didn't say anything to that. So, well, listen, I'm grateful you heard. Here's what's amazing about this election. So in Iowa, they had a historic caucus turnout. It was unbelievable. I think 180,000 people turned out to vote. And then here, the interest is extraordinary. And I know that people are here today. Some of you are supporting us, or hopefully many of you are supporting us, and I'm excited. There are people here trying to make up their minds, and you're taking this seriously. New Hampshire always takes this seriously. But this election has a different feel to it. I know you sense it. People are paying attention more than ever before. They're watching the debates, huge ratings in the debates. Even if it was missing one person the last time, there are a lot of people still watching it. Why? Is it because nobody has anything better to do? No. I'll tell you why. Because people sense that something is going wrong, and it's going wrong fast. We know that this is the greatest country in the world because we've all benefited from it. There has never been a country like America in the history of mankind. To begin with, we were founded on an incredible principle, on an incredible truth, that God is the source of our rights, not the government, not our leaders. Our Creator is the source of our rights. That we were founded on that principle. And I believe that's why we've embraced things like free enterprise and limited government. Because we understand that we have a right from our Creator to fulfill our potential, and those systems give us the best chance to do that. But now, yeah, you can clap for free enterprise. It's always good to clap for free enterprise. But now, people feel like a lot of these things that made us special are slipping away. And you ask yourself, well, why is it slipping away? There are a lot of reasons. And look, I think both parties have made big mistakes over the last decade or so, primarily not dealing with our issues. But I want to point you back to 2008 and the election of Barack Obama, because I honestly believe that that was a very negative turning point in American history. Now, you may say, well, you're saying because you're a Republican. Well, I'm saying that because I'm an American. In 2008, we elected a president. We've elected Democrats before, and it hasn't been this way. But in 2008, we elected a president that didn't want to fix America. He wanted to change America. Change it. He wanted to become more like the rest of the world. And so that's why you see a president, he does not respect the Constitution the way I do, the way most, if not all of you do. He views the Constitution as an old, outdated document that we got to figure out how to get around, that it doesn't make sense anymore, it was written a long time ago, and let's ignore it. So he ignores it. Like every day he ignores it. He undermines it. That's why he attacks the Second Amendment. I said at one of the debates, the Second Amendment is not a suggestion. It is a constitutional right. But he constantly undermines our constitutional rights and the Constitution in general. Then you have a president that also views America as an arrogant global power, a country that needed to be cut down to size. That's how you get a president that cuts deals with enemies like Iran, but betrays allies like Israel. A president who's gutting our military, and a president who apologizes for America. He's apologized at least 10 times for America. That is how you win a Nobel Peace Prize 3 months into office. And so the result is people feel like all of these things that made us special are being abandoned. And the result is what you're feeling in your lives. And it's not just anxiety about what's going wrong, it's a sense of uncertainty about what's going to come next. What kind of country is this going to be in 5, 10, or 15 years? Will we still be special? And that's why I think that most Americans now recognize that 2016 is not just a normal election. It is a turning point in our history. 2016 is a referendum on our identity, and there are only two choices. We can be greater than we've ever been, or we will become a great nation in decline. That's why we can't lose this election. If in 2016 America elects Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton, this will become a great nation in decline. It means that all the policies Barack Obama has put in place, all of these unconstitutional executive orders, Obamacare, liberal judges, you name it, all of these things become permanent. We have to win this election. And that's why I'm here today to ask you for your vote. If you vote for me and this party nominates me, the first thing that will happen is I will unify this party, and I will unify the conservative movement. Now, we're going to have a very spirited primary, believe me. I know. I've been the target of a significant number of attacks over the last 3 months. But my point is, that's fine. At the end of the day, we still all have to come together. We cannot win if we're divided against each other. There is nothing the left would love more than to see conservatives and Republicans attacking each other all the time. They want us to remain divided. Right up to November, no one running for president in the Republican Party can unify this party faster or better than I can, and I will. But I'm not just going to unify the Republican Party. I'm not just going to unify the conservative movement. I'm going to grow it. We are going to take our message to people that are struggling. We are going to take our message to people that have not voted for us. We are going to take our message to people that are living the way that I grew up. My father was a bartender. My mother was a maid, a stock clerk, a cashier. They were not rich people. The Democrats cannot lecture me about people living paycheck to paycheck, because I've lived paycheck to paycheck. I grew up paycheck to paycheck. We will take our message to people living paycheck to paycheck. The people who work hard every day, and yet it's not enough anymore. They can't lecture me about the student loans our young people are facing. We have a 500% increase in student loans in America in the last 10 years. They can't lecture me about it because I had a student loan. And student loans are debilitating. There's only two ways to get rid of a student loan. You pay them off, or you die. And I never thought I'd be able to pay off our student loan. It was so difficult. I was blessed to be able to write a book. It's called An American Son. It's now available in paperback. I don't know why you're laughing. It's available in paperback. If I hadn't done that, I'd still be paying that loan into my 60s. I'm going to take our message to families raising children in the 21st century. Because Jeanette and I, as you saw, are raising 4 kids in the 21st century. And it's become harder than ever to raise our children with the values that they teach in our church and in our home, instead of the values they keep trying to ram down our throat in the popular culture. We are going to unify the conservative movement in the Republican Party, and we are going to grow it, and we are going to win. And when we win, we're going to unify America. Because right now we have a president that pits us against each other. We have a president that decided, I'm going to get to 51% in the next election by turning that 51% against the 49%. I'm going to divide you against each other on the basis of gender and ethnicity and race and religion and geography. We cannot continue to have a president that divides us against each other. Does that mean people are going to agree with me on everything? Of course not. Of course we're going to have policy disagreements. That's why we have elections. That's why we have debates. That's why we have Facebook and Twitter. Well, it's not the only reason why we have it, right? But of course we're going to have debates in this country. But we cannot continue to be pitted against each other. We need a president that will be the president of all Americans, and I will be. There are going to be people that say nasty things about me. There are going to be people that protest me, vote against me. I'm going to cut their taxes too. I'm going to be the president for all Americans, but we have to win. And if I'm our nominee, we win. Too often in the past, you've been asked to settle for other candidates, and you don't have to this time. You can get someone in this race that's strong on the principles you agree with, but who can win. And we have to win. And when I'm our nominee, we will win. And you know who believes that? Hillary Clinton believes that. That's why she attacks me 5 times for every 1 time they attack anyone else in this race. She does not want to run against me. I can't wait to run against her. You still don't want to say anything? Okay. But you also deserve to know something else. What are you going to do? Because it's not enough to come here today and say we're going to make everything better. How are you going to make it better? Here in New Hampshire, you take this very seriously. You've been doing this for a long time. It is not enough to just say, I'm angry about the direction of America. You should be angry. You should be angry at both parties. You should be angry at Washington. You should be angry at the most selfish generation of leaders we have ever had. And you know what I mean by that? Here's what I mean. We have never had a generation of leaders that take the attitude that, who cares what debt our kids inherit? We're going to do whatever we want, and we'll let the future worry about the future. We've never had that before, until now. You should be angry, but anger is not a plan. Anger will not solve our problems. It may motivate us to take action, but it will not solve our problems. So let me tell you a few of the things I'm going to do as president. We can get into the rest of them in the questions. The first thing I'm going to do is take the oath of office. To me, the oath of office is not a ceremony. It is a solemn pledge under God's eyes and before the nation that you are going to protect and defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. When I take that oath of office, unlike Barack Obama, I will mean it. I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. We're going to have judges appointed that support applying the Constitution as originally intended, not manipulating it. We're going to defend the Second Amendment. We're going to have an Attorney General and a Justice Department that takes the attitude that no one is above the law. Not even people that are politically connected, and most certainly not people that put private intelligence information on their server. After I take the oath of office, I'm going straight to the Oval Office. And in the Oval Office, as soon as I walk in, the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to repeal every single one of Barack Obama's unconstitutional executive orders. Beyond that, we're going to get rid of all these crazy EPA rules that are hurting our economy and doing nothing for our environment. We're going to get the federal government out of our public schools. That belongs to school boards. We are not going to force Common Core on our school boards and on our local districts. And on my first day in office, I am going to cancel Barack Obama's deal with Iran. It will finish. On the economy, let me say, presidents don't run the economy. If a politician tells you that they created millions of jobs when they were governor or mayor, you should be concerned. Because if they're telling you the truth, that means they hired 1 million people in government. What those of us in public service are supposed to do is put in place policies that allow the private sector to create jobs. And we're going to do that. We're going to fix our tax code. You may not have heard this, it just broke on the news. The president wants to solve transportation issues in America. Being from the left, guess what his answer? What do you think the answer is to our transportation issues? A tax. It's a tax answer to everything. He wants to put a tax on Ebola. He wants to put a tax, I'm kidding about that, that's not a real thing, but it's a, everything is a tax. Now it's going to be a $10 a barrel tax. Who's going to pay that? You are. You're going to pay it. Sure, the barrel of oil is down to $35 now. It ain't going to be there forever, but the tax will be. All to fund this pipe dream that he has of high-speed this and clean cars that, and we don't need a tax for these things. Everything is about a tax. They're obsessed with taxes. We're going to fix our tax code, not make it more expensive and more complicated. I have a plan to do that. We're going to roll back federal regulations. Regulations are a tax. We're going to deal with the national debt once and for all when I'm president. And let me tell you where we're headed on that. In less than 5 years, only 17% of our budget will be what they call discretionary spending, meaning the military, things you want to spend money on. The rest of it will be what they call mandatory spending, money you have to spend. It will eat up a significant percentage of our budget. 83% of our budget in less than 5 years will be made up of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and the interest on the debt. I want to save Social Security and Medicare. I'm from Florida. You might not know this, but there are a lot of people in Florida on Social Security and Medicare, and one of them is my mom. I am against any changes to Social Security and Medicare that's bad for my mom, or for anyone like my mom. Here's the good news, we don't have to disrupt it for her, or anyone who's on Medicare or Social Security now, or anyone who's about to be on it in the next 10 years. But here's the truth. My son Dominic and my kids and yours, if you're me, there's no way my Social Security and Medicare looks the same as it did for my parents. It has to be different or it won't exist at all. What do I mean by different? Right now I'm supposed to retire at 67. I may have to retire at 68. Instead of, if I've made a lot of money, my Social Security benefits will not grow as fast as they grow for somebody else who made less money. Medicare could be the option of taking my Medicare money and using it to buy a private plan that I like better. These are not unreasonable changes for someone who's 25 years away from retirement, for someone who's 45 years away from retirement. In exchange for saving the programs, leaving them exactly the way they are or better for the people that are on it now, and bringing our debt under control. Another thing we need to do to help grow our economy, we have to get rid of Obamacare. It is a job-killing law. Everybody running for president will tell you, as a Republican, we're getting rid of Obamacare. I'm the only one running for president that's ever done anything meaningful about it. I got rid of the bailout fund that they had created in Obamacare. I led the effort, and we got rid of the bail. They were going to bail out private insurance companies with your money, and we got rid of that. When I'm president, we're getting rid of the rest of it, and we're replacing it by putting you in charge of your health care decisions again, not the government. You all right? Okay. The other, a lot of you probably already know this. My parents were immigrants from Cuba. My grandparents were immigrants. Jeanette's entire family are immigrants. I grew up in a community of immigrants, and I still live in a community of immigrants. I understand this issue personally. I would venture to say I understand it personally better than anyone who's ever run for president. And I know that like every other issue, immigration, transportation, healthcare, all of it, our policies must be first and foremost about what's good for America. That's what the first thing we need to ask ourselves, is it good for America and is it good for Americans? Let me tell you what's good for Americans. Keeping ISIS out of America is good for Americans. That's why when I'm president, it's not a religious test. We're not discriminating against anyone. It's a very simple rule. When I'm president, if we don't know who you are and why you're coming, you are not getting into the United States of America. Securing our border is good for America. Every sovereign country does it. I'm tired of being told securing our border, that's anti-immigrant. No, it's not. It's what sovereign countries do. And we know what it takes to secure our border. For example, instead of hiring 20,000 IRS agents, let's hire 20,000 border agents. Let's finish the 700 miles of fencing and walls that we know we need. Let's have mandatory E-Verify, so you can't get hired if you're in this country illegally. Let's have an entry-exit tracking system for visas, because 40% of the people in this country illegally overstayed their visas. And if you do these things, you will bring illegal immigration under control, and we're not doing anything else until that happens first. And even after that, we'll deal with the rest of it, not with amnesty. If you're a criminal alien, you should be immediately deported. And when I'm president, sanctuary cities will lose all of their federal funding. The last topic I want to talk about is national security. It's the most important topic. It's why we have a federal government. Commander-in-chief is the most important job of a president. This president's a terrible commander-in-chief, because the world is more dangerous than it was 7 years ago. And in a more dangerous world, you know what he's doing? He is gutting our military. So maybe you're thinking that's an exaggeration. He's not gutting our military. Well, let me give you the facts. The facts are that we will soon have the smallest army since the end of World War II. We will soon have the smallest Navy in 100 years. And we will soon have the smallest Air Force and the oldest airplanes we have ever had in our history. Not only is this reckless, it is unfair to our men and women in uniform. Because we are still asking them to go into harm's way. We are still asking them to fight for us and potentially die for us. Except now we're asking them to do that with lower pay. We're asking them to do that with less equipment, older equipment, and less people alongside them. I actually think it's unacceptable that anyone runs for president in the party of Reagan who has voted for budgets that brag about cutting defense spending. So I want to be very clear. When I'm president, we're not cutting defense spending. When I'm president, we are going to rebuild the U.S. military, because the world is a safer and a better place when America is the strongest military in the world. When I'm president, the best intelligence agencies in the world are going to find the terrorists. The best military in the world is going to destroy them. And if we capture any of these terrorists alive, they're not getting a lawyer, they don't have the right to remain silent, they're going to Guantanamo. And we're going to find out everything they know. And we're going to take care of our veterans. What's happening today with our veterans in America is immoral. Immoral. I've seen this experience firsthand. My brother's a veteran. He was an Army Green Beret from 68 through 71. He's 21 years older than me. My parents were very optimistic people. They had me in their 40s. So, and my sister after, and I'm really grateful to them. But I've watched him fight for this dental claim that he has. They always fight with him. How do we know it really happened in the Army? He says, well, it's the only time I ever jumped out of a plane. What we're doing to our veterans is immoral in this country. And in that vein, let me say a lot of our veterans go on to service as firefighters and police officers. And I'm just, I think we need to remember that today when there's a terrorist attack in America, like in San Bernardino, it's firefighters and police officers that respond first. And I'm so tired of reading about how bad the police is. Let me tell you about the police and the firefighters in this country. When there's trouble, they respond. They put their lives on the line for us. We are grateful to our firefighters and our police officers. And we're grateful to our veterans. and they deserve for us to care for them after they took care of us. When I am president, if you're doing a bad job at the VA, you are going to be fired. And when I'm president, veterans will be able to take their benefits to any hospital or any doctor that they want to go to. So let me just close where I began. I want to get to your questions in a moment. We'll have this young lady, hold up the flag, there you go. Where's our other flag? And this young man here with the excellent Under Armour Marco Rubio sweatshirt that hopefully we'll soon be able to sell online. Very popular. But let me just close by saying we've got to win this election. I know that you have a lot of names to pick from. 1 out of 8 Republicans ran for president this year. It's a lot of people. It's almost an exaggeration, maybe 1 out of 9. It was a lot of people. I saw the New Hampshire ballot. There was like 44 names on there, a lot of people. My cousin, I didn't know. No, I'm kidding. But this is an important election. It really, and I said that on the outset, and we can't afford to lose. We've got to nominate people that can win, because if we lose, it means all the damage Barack Obama's done to America becomes permanent. If we lose this election, it means you have President Bernie Sanders. Bernie's a very nice guy, by the way. I know him personally. I've worked with him on an issue on VA accountability. We agreed on one thing. We worked together on it. We got it done. The rest of it, not so much. Bernie's a socialist. Now, usually when you say someone's a socialist in American politics, they deny it. They get insulted by it. He says it in his commercials. I don't want to be a socialist country. There's like 50 socialist countries. If you want to live in a socialist country, move to a socialist country. We want to be America. Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being president. Okay? You cannot put sensitive, classified information on your private server that you know is now vulnerable to foreign intelligence agencies, and then expect that you can be president of the United States. She thinks she's above the law. She is not above the law. She should not be above the law. But she's not just disqualified from being president, she is disqualified from being commander-in-chief. Because anyone who lies to the family of people who have lost their lives in the service of our country, like those 4 brave Americans did in Benghazi, anyone who lies to families like that can never be commander-in-chief of the United States of America. You nominate me, we win, and we can turn this country around. And we have to do it now, because we're running out of time. If we get this election wrong, it might be too late for America. We can't let that happen. Are you hot? Huh? Would you like some water? I want some water.
Michael, please turn around.
Thank you. My favorite kind of heckler, people taking pictures of you heckling. Turn around. Look, this is such an important election. It's deeply personal for me. This is the country that, I wasn't just born in America, it's the country that changed the history of my family. My parents came here in 1956 with nothing. I mean with nothing. They barely...
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out a Marco Rubio and instead say hello to you. I have the one and only Ron Hoon. Ron?
Hi, SK.
It's been a really long time since you and I have hung out here.
I know. What's up with that?
On the News Now set. Well, the problem is
First you went to Mexico, then you got a cold.
Yes, I went to Mexico, I got a cold, and on top of that, we've been having a lot of live events because we had obviously a lot of events leading up to the Iowa caucus, and now we have a ton of events leading up to the New Hampshire primary. Literally every candidate is campaigning in New Hampshire. They're doing multiple events today. Multiple events a day, and so we're getting all these feeds in, and we don't really have time to show the viewers anything else but feeds.
Wait till you hear this prediction that I'm about to give you from a pretty savvy, long-time political reporter in D.C. Now,
Doug Luzader?
Bigger than Doug. I know that's almost impossible, but Chris Wallace. Okay.
Your other friend.
My other friend. So I talk to him every Friday. And the question I had for him was a simple one, because the way it works is His producers reach out to us on Wednesday saying, hey, we're confirming that Chris and Ron are going to be live on your show on Friday morning. And, of course, we always say yes.
Have you ever said no? It would be so awkward.
There was once or twice when we had some, like, amazing breaking news stories.
Were they offended?
No. I mean, in this business, you got to roll with it. So, but anyway, get this. So.
See the chocolate delivery that just came in the newsroom?
Oh.
More importantly, why is there a basket of chocolate in the newsroom?
I don't know.
It's that time of the year.
I know.
This time of the year.
There you are. There you go. The 14th will be here before you know it. Anyhow, so this is the way it works. We get those emails back and forth, so then we lock in the time. And then usually on Thursday night or Friday morning, I get an email from his producers, and it says, these are the guests. And there's usually always one big guest. And then like last Sunday, it was Marco Rubio. Mm-hmm. And then they had a couple of people, congressmen, that kind of thing, talking about some topic. This week, he has 3 big names. There's Marco Rubio as we talk.
People a visual.
Nice. He has 3 big names. So I was pretty surprised about this. He has Chris Christie, he has Jeb Bush, and John Kasich. Now,
so 3 people that are not top contenders.
No, they're not, but the focus really should be on them because guess what? Coming out of New Hampshire, Donald Trump is still going to keep going. Ted Cruz is still going to keep going. Marco Rubio is still going to keep going.
Well,
of these 3, maybe not. If they get spanked by the voters in New Hampshire, 1, maybe 2 of them could be off the campaign trail. And we said this, SK, we've been saying this for months. Give it through till New Hampshire, maybe South Carolina, and you're going to start to see people drop out. I was frankly surprised that Rand Paul dropped out after Iowa.
I was surprised too because he actually got more support than Jeb Bush did, but I guess the idea here is that Rand Paul's trying to keep his Senate seat.
Correct.
So he decided to just focus on that rather than focus on this presidential campaign. I personally think Jeb won't drop out until after South Carolina, though, because he has a lot of South Carolina support, at least in the form of Lindsey Graham.
Yes.
And people love Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, so
right.
maybe Jeb is, holding on to hope.
It's interesting because there are 2 really big names in South Carolina politics. One is Nikki Haley, the governor, and the other is, on the Republican side, and the other is, in fact, Lindsey Graham, the longtime senator. And so Graham came out for Bush, Nikki Haley came out for Marco Rubio. So
And they are basically rivals now.
Yes.
Floridian rivals.
Oh, I heard an interview that Jeb did yesterday afternoon where he said, look, Marco Rubio's a talented guy. He can turn a phrase. But what has he done? Now, here's my if I'm Jeb Bush, or if I'm advising Jeb Bush, I think I'm going to say don't keep going down that road because the last time there was a younger candidate that people were starting to get enthused about right around this time, right around Iowa, New Hampshire, 8 years ago was Barack Obama. And the thing the number one complaint was, what's he done? He's only been a senator for 2 years. What's he done? So
he was elected president, though.
And it didn't carry any weight with the voters. They felt like the time was right for Barack Obama. So when I hear people come after a candidate because they're too young or too youthful or too inexperienced, it generally doesn't seem to connect that well with the voters. I even remember when a guy named George W. Bush was running for governor in Texas, way before he ever became president. You would have been about a kindergartner, maybe first grade. I don't know, it was a long time ago.
Was I even alive?
Were you? I wonder. But Ann Richards was the governor of Texas. She's like, what are we doing? We can't elect this guy. He's too inexperienced. He's too young. That doesn't connect with voters. The problem with Chris Christie is every time he's on the debate stage, he talks about, here's my resume. Here's what I've done. Here, I've done this, I've done that. And that's good. People assume, the thing is, people already assume that you are at least qualified. You've got a good enough resume to be a candidate. They want to know what you're going to do in the future for them.
You know what the greatest comparison is, to add to your point?
Mm-hmm.
I just claimed that it was the greatest comparison. It's my own comparison.
Okay.
It's like when you're applying for a job.
Yeah.
The cover letter is not supposed to rehash your resume.
No.
It's supposed to distinguish you from the resume they're already going to see.
Right.
So you kind of look at the speech as the opportunity to give your cover letter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah, that's actually
like
really
the
good.
Cover letter sin is just recapping everything you've done.
Yes, I totally buy into that. Pat on the back for SK.
By the way, I do want to acknowledge the viewers out there watching. I know that the chat room is shut down, sad, but we are still communicating with you. All you got to do is tweet us or hashtag Fox News Now, and we'll be reading your tweets. I see Rachel in the internet world has noted, yay, Ron Hoon finally back together. SK and Ron Hoon finally back together on Fox News Now. SK, your mic is a little low.
There you go.
I apologize, Rachel.
That's great. Oh, good old Rachel. She already tweeted me a picture of the original flag from Fort McHenry and the Star-Spangled Banner.
Because she knows you love your history.
She knows I love my history. Anyway, we love hanging out with you guys. That's a great way to do it, too, is right through Twitter. But anyways, so here, I'm going to sort of wind up with my point here on Chris Wallace is because he's been around long enough, he's very reluctant to make very many predictions. He's like, I'm not in the prediction game. But he made a prediction, I think possibly exclusively on our news show this morning. Wow. He said he thinks 2 more candidates will drop out after Tuesday.
So the 2 will probably be Carly.
It's possible.
She's not even on the debate stage
I
on
know,
Saturday.
I know.
Every other candidate is making the debate stage except for Carly Fiorina.
Yeah.
Even though there have been
some moves to try to get her back on.
Right, by like established Republicans saying like, come on, you should let her up there. Mitt Romney, for example.
Did he? He tweeted that out or something?
I know he spoke out. I don't know what medium it was, whether it was like verbally or through tweet.
Okay.
But I know he was in support of having her up there.
Yeah.
Not excluding the one female candidate the Republican Party has.
Yeah. Well, so my first question was to Chris, of those 3 guests that you have, it's pretty cool that they're all wanting to be on his show, Chris Christie, John Kasich, Jeb Bush. Christie and Kasich knew they wouldn't do very well with the evangelical voters. How are they going to do in New Hampshire? And it's not a caucus. It's you get in your car, you drive down to the polling place, you cast your ballot, you leave. It's not a big complicated thing like the caucuses are.
I've
so
heard
it's a different
terrible
deal.
things about this caucus, how disorganized it was, and how you didn't really have to be from Iowa. Anyone could have gone in and voted. You could vote it multiple times. It was chaos. I've been reading some really terrible things about Iowa.
Well, the Des Moines Register,
disorganization.
Yeah, the Des Moines Register came in and said, they've got to dig into what was going on here because there are some people who feel like they sort of made a mockery of the whole system.
Well, and it's unfortunate, especially when you look at, for example, the Democratic caucus, where it was literally down to 5 votes.
I know. 5 delegates.
Well,
yeah.
right. But
or no, 5 precincts, right. Yeah. So, amazing. Amazing. So, he says 2 people will be going home. Now, he also then later on in the interview said, I think Jeb Bush has enough money to continue on because remember he raised like $150 million. And they made cuts to his campaign staff months ago. So I think he's not running on fumes. But these guys have to have money to keep a campaign going, and I'm not talking about $1,000 here and there. They probably need, I don't know, $10,000 a week to keep running a campaign and paying his staff and traveling and setting things up and all of that. So whose money is going to dry up? If he said that Jeb Bush is most likely going to continue on, question then, the pressure is really on Fiorina, Kasich, and Christie. Now, I happen to think that Kasich, despite the glowing reviews of his performances in the debates, if he doesn't come in, say, top 4, he's probably going home.
Yeah, I would have guessed Kasich and Carly.
And probably Carly, too, because she's still floating around, 7th. Ben Carson will probably, you know what? Ben Carson will continue on, even if he keeps getting 9 or 10%, just to be a thorn in the side of Ted Cruz and to take away. He's so mad at what Cruz did, you know, spreading the rumors that he was dropping out of the race.
That's really messed up.
That is messed up.
I don't respect the Ted Cruz campaign camp. I'm just going to say it. I'm offended.
Yeah.
On behalf of all other candidates. I get it. People have smear campaigns and they have all these different ads, but I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
I don't like people who lie. Sorry, Ted Cruz, you don't have my vote.
Yeah. Well, Cruz's answer to that, he has apologized, number one, and number two was that it wasn't him. He wasn't the one making the calls, that it was some guys, you know, who were working for him. But you've led into my second question to Chris in some of this Q&A that we had today, which is, Donald Trump can say it's voter fraud and there was a crime committed and all that kind of thing. There's not going to be any criminal prosecution against Ted Cruz or any of his people. However, I said, and I say to you guys now, isn't the greater risk for Ted Cruz that whether it's Trump or any of the other candidates, if they can take what happened in Iowa and kind of portray Cruz as a guy who's, maybe he didn't do it, but he was sort of okay with some dirty tricks.
He's unethical.
Correct. I mean, I don't think it's a very good defense to say, well, it wasn't me, some of my men were the ones behind it.
It's not very Christian-like of you, Ted Cruz, to spread lies. It's very unchristian-like.
All right, there you are. But I mean, just keeping the religion part of it out of it, which I know he does appeal to evangelicals, and that's why I'm predicting Ben Carson will stay in this race for a long time.
Ben Carson
He
at
pulls
least is being nice.
He pulls 10% of the vote. That's 10% that evangelically would be going probably to Ted Cruz. So I think Ted Cruz made a miscalculation in two regards. He made Ben Carson so mad he's going to stick in the race, number one. Number two, if the other people in the race can make it stick that here's a guy who's sort of okay with dirty tricks to win the Oval Office, that could hurt him more. That's
also,
an image
every
you don't want.
person out there, it seems, almost every person in the Republican Party, almost every politician, even his own college roommate, they seem to hate Ted Cruz.
Oh, now.
Oh my gosh, have you read the internet?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, everyone is putting Ted Cruz on blast.
Yeah.
Most people react and say, most people who you don't think would be Trump supporters are
Right.
picking Trump over Cruz.
Did you see Jimmy Carter today? We got to go to social media.
Jimmy Carter picked Trump over Cruz.
I have to get that whole story. To me, we didn't really talk about it on the morning show, but I got to know what the story is here. Jimmy Carter, Cruz. I thought it was Jimmy Carter.
I would choose Trump over Cruz.
Okay. And Ted Cruz releases a new ad showing Jimmy Carter choosing Trump.
Cruz uses Jimmy Carter in anti-Trump ad.
Yeah.
Why? Because people kind of have mixed reviews when it comes to Jimmy Carter? Is that the whole idea?
No, just because he's liberal. He was, a lot of people thought of him as maybe not the strongest leader there ever was in the White House. He is a nice guy, and he's fighting cancer, and
No, he beat cancer.
Well, okay.
He fought cancer, though.
He fought cancer and won. We hope it never returns.
He's a cancer survivor.
Yeah,
You should listen to the cancer survivor.
Yeah, I know.
All I'm saying is...
But anyway, so what was the story? Somebody asked him point blank, would you choose Cruz or Trump? Was that basically the question?
I would choose Donald Trump over Cruz.
Former President Carter. Oh, he gave a speech to the British Parliament.
I think I would choose Trump, which may surprise some of you, but the reason is Trump has proven already that he's completely malleable. I don't think he has any fixed opinions that he would really go to the White House and fight for.
And then he says Ted Cruz is the opposite. He has far right-wing policies, in my opinion, that would be pursued aggressively if and when he would become president. Now, here's the interesting part of all this. Did you happen to catch any of that Democratic debate last night?
I saw some clips of it this morning.
They were on fire, both of them. I mean, Hillary's eyes were full of fire, and Bernie Sanders would hardly look at her, and I mean, they both really came on strong. But one of the things they were coming out against is how much money controls politics.
That's true.
You know who probably has the best claim, better than Bernie Sanders on that? Certainly better than Hillary Clinton, who took $645,000 to give a speech, and supposedly has a $15 million super PAC, all of that. Who has the best claim on I'm not going to be influenced because no one can buy me? Because all these other candidates
Trump.
have to. He is self-financing.
He is.
He will not be, as far as I can tell right now, beholden to any of the interest groups that, frankly, do carry great sway with a lot of these other candidates.
Yeah, I mean, if they're paying for your campaign, they're basically buying.
Correct. It's interesting,
your
isn't it?
Parts of your platform.
It's really interesting. So everybody else has to take money, whether, and Bernie Sanders makes a good point. My average donor, Anderson, is $27. So it's not, his average donor is $27. But Donald Trump is, I don't know who's given him money at all, if anybody has, but he's going to self-finance and has continued to sort of pay his way. And I think that's a sort of one of his big selling points. So anyway, there you go. Probably a Kasich. I happen to think Chris Christie's just stubborn enough that even if he doesn't do well, he will stay in the race another maybe couple, 3 weeks.
Okay.
I mean, he was supposed to be the connector to the angry man that Trump tapped into. If Trump wasn't there, Christie probably would be doing pretty darn well. So I think he stays in for a while. I think Jeb stays in for a little while. And I think if we had to predict right now, I think Fiorina might go and Kasich might go.
I'm going to go with your prediction as well.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Shall we meet here next Wednesday?
Perhaps.
I have a feeling on Monday's show you're going to be burdened with a lot of live events day before the election.
Oh, right.
We actually might get a chance on Tuesday.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No promises, guys.
No promises. All right.
Well, thanks for hanging.
Sure.
I know the president is going to be speaking any minute now. It was scheduled for 10:30. He's supposed to make remarks on the economy. It doesn't look like we have the stage or the podium set up yet, but we do have a live look at the press briefing room where Press Secretary Josh Earnest will be speaking from momentarily. Shall we?
Yes.
Watch?
Yes, let's.
TGIF, everybody. I wanted to stop by because, as you're aware by now, America's business has created another 158,000 jobs last month. After reaching 10% in 2009, the unemployment rate has now fallen to 4.9%, even as more Americans joined the job market last month. So this is the first time that the unemployment rate has dipped below 5% in almost 8 years. Americans are working. All told, over the past 6 years, our businesses have added 14 million new jobs. 71 straight months of private sector job growth extends the longest streak on record. Over the past 2 years, 2014 and 2015, our businesses added more jobs than any time since the 1990s. Most importantly, this progress is finally starting to translate into bigger paychecks. Over the past 6 months, wages have grown at their fastest rate since the crisis, and the policies that I'll push this year are designed to give workers even more leverage to earn raises and promotions. So, unemployment, deficits, gas prices are all down. Jobs, wages, and the rate of the insured are up. I should mention, by the way, that since I signed Obamacare into law, nearly 18 million Americans have gained coverage, and our businesses have created jobs every month since. On net, all of them full-time jobs. So, as I said, in my State of the Union address. The United States of America right now has the strongest, most durable economy in the world. I know that's still inconvenient for Republican stump speeches as their doom and despair tour plays in New Hampshire. I guess you cannot please everybody. That does not mean that we don't have more work to do. There is softness in the global economy. China's going through a transition. Europe's economy is still slow. A lot of the emerging markets are challenged. So that's all creating headwinds for a lot of U.S. companies who do business overseas. It makes it more difficult for us to sell exports. So we've got to pay attention to this, and we've got to take some smart steps this year to continue progress. And we also have to do more to make sure that the progress that we do make is broadly based and impacting folks up and down the income scales. The budget that I send to Congress on Tuesday is going to make sure that we can continue that progress. Talking down the American economy, by the way, does not make that progress. My budget's going to offer more opportunities for Americans to get the education and job training that they need for a good paying job. It'll offer new ideas for benefits and protections that provide folks with a basic sense of security. We'll create more good paying jobs not by subsidizing the past, but by investing in the future. And that's why we're going to be placing a big emphasis on clean energy. Private sector solar jobs, for example, are growing 12 times faster than the rest of the economy, and they pay better than average. That's one reason why my budget is going to double our investment in clean energy research and development by the end of the decade. That's going to help businesses create more jobs faster. It's going to lower the cost of clean energy faster. It's going to help renewable power compete with dirty fuels across America in a more effective way. Those are some of the steps that are going to make sure our future is even stronger, a future that is worthy of the hard work and determination of the American people. The progress we've made, going from 10% down to under 5%, that's a testament to American workers, American businesses, the American people being resilient and sticking to it. And my hope is that rather than hinder their progress, we're going to continue to help them make progress. With that, have a great weekend. Enjoy the Super Bowl. I'm not telling you my pick because the Bears aren't in it, and but I'm hoping for a great game. With that, Josh, is he back there?
Yes. Another question.
Josh, take it away.
Another question.
Yeah. You seem to imply yesterday that you don't get enough credit. Were you again?
You know what? Let me take a couple of questions.
All right.
Why not? Just what the heck? I'm in a good mood. It's Friday.
It's Friday. Throw us.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you were implying yesterday, in a joking way, that you don't get enough credit.
Well, this is when I was talking with the Warriors.
With the Warriors.
Right.
Okay, so were you again referring, as you did just now, to Republicans and their message, which you could say could be expected during an election? Or were you also referring to the fact that polls, like 57% of Americans in polls say they don't think things are going well in this country? Why do you think that is?
Well, at the time I was making a joke with a basketball team, but there's no doubt that while we have made significant progress, and I talked about this during the State of the Union, there's still anxiety and concern about the general direction of the economy. If you look at some of the surveys, people feel better about their circumstances, their finances, but they're not sure about the future. And part of it is there's still a pretty big carryover from the devastation that took place in 2007, 2008. If your home value drops in half, or you lose a job that you thought you were secure in, or your pension suddenly looks vulnerable, you're going to remember that. And so a lot of people still feel that, and they're right to recognize that there's some longer-term economic trends that we still have to tackle, that the economy is more dynamic, and it churns faster, and the pressure on companies to maximize short-term returns, oftentimes at the expense of long-term investment, the lack of loyalty sometimes to workers who've built those companies and are threatened to be laid off. The fact that wages and incomes up until the last 6 months haven't gone up as fast as corporate profits have, or benefits at the very top. All those things people feel and they experience. And so even though they know things are better, they're worried, where are we going? And I think so I think that the argument I'm making here, and will continue to make during the course of this year, is we should be proud of the progress we've made. We have recovered from the worst economic crisis since the 1930s, the worst in my lifetime and the lifetime of most of the people in this room. And we've done it faster, stronger, better, more durably than just about any other advanced economy. Had we adopted some of the policies that were advocated by Republicans over the last 4, 5, 6 years, we know that we probably would have done worse, and we know that because a lot of European countries adopted those policies, and they haven't yet gotten to the same place they were before the crisis. So evidence, facts are on our side, and this jobs report gives you one more indication that the facts are on our side. I think that it is important for us then to understand, how do we take the next step and make people feel more secure and feel more confident about the future? And that's why investments in education and job training, going after the high costs of higher education, making sure that issues like paid leave and family leave are put in place, raising the minimum wage so that if you're working full-time, you're not in poverty, making sure that we're investing in transportation, infrastructure, and clean energy, going after the jobs of the future, investing in technology. All those things are a recipe for continued growth and increased security. And as far as I can tell, those who are running down the economy and adding to the anxiety don't seem to have any plausible, coherent recipe other than cut taxes for the very folks who've been doing the best in this economy, and somehow magically that's going to make other folks feel good. Or alternatively, they argue that the reason you're feeling insecure is because immigrants or poor people are taking more and more of your paycheck, and that is just not true. Yeah, the facts don't bear that out. That's not where the weaknesses in the economy are. That's not what's depressing wages for middle-class families or making them more vulnerable to disruptions in this economy. And I want to keep on making that argument during the course of this year. We should feel good about the progress we've made, understanding that we've still got more work to do. It's sort of like, I'm 54 now, so I got to work out harder to stay in shape. And if I'm feeling good in the gym, I want to acknowledge that what I'm doing is working. Otherwise, I'll just go off and have a big double bacon cheeseburger or something because I'll think, well, this isn't working. No, if it's working, then we should be staying on that same path. That doesn't mean that I'm where I necessarily want to be. It doesn't mean that I stop doing some hard work to get where we need to go. All right? And I was only going to make two. I'm just going to take two. So, all right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. How can you improve workforce participation levels? Because as much as people talk about the recovery, so few Americans are now, relatively speaking, in the job force, especially compared to 2008. And if you wouldn't mind, sir, can you at least comment on the $10 per barrel fee that we've heard so much about?
On the first question, part of what was good in this jobs report is the fact that the participation rate, in fact, didn't drop. That wasn't the reason why unemployment dropped. More people are entering into the workforce, they feel more confident, and they're finding work. But what is true is that we're still at a point where the labor participation rate is lower than it has been historically. Some of that's explained by demographics. The population's getting older, and so you would expect that there is some decline, but it's not fully explained by Americans getting older. Some of this is still the hangover from what happened in 2007, 2008. And this is part of the reason why we have to keep our foot to the accelerator in terms of doing the things that need to be done to keep the economy growing and keep it strong. We should not let up from the progress that's been made so that the labor market continues to tighten. People feel more confident that if they go out and look for work, that they can find it. There are particular cases where some folks have just been out of the labor market for a long time and may not be equipped for the jobs of today. And that's where we've got to target some special efforts. I get a lot of letters from middle-aged workers who got laid off, aren't confident about their current skills, and so have not yet re-entered the workforce. They need to get retrained. And so that's a special group of folks in their late 40s, early 50s, still far away from retirement, but feel like they can't adapt. Obviously, there are young people, high school dropouts, folks in both rural communities and inner cities that just came of age right in the middle of this terrible recession and haven't gotten attached to the labor market yet. And so we've got to make special efforts to figure out how do we get them into job training programs or community college and allows them to get some skills. So there's a wide set of strategies we can take on that, but it's going to it's going to require overall, though, a strong labor market for them to feel like it's worth it to make these to make these efforts, and we want to keep making sure that the labor market is as strong as possible. With respect to oil and energy, I'll probably make a larger speech about that and the direction that we need to go on this. The basic proposition is that right now gas is $1.80, and gas prices are expected to be low for a while, for the foreseeable future. That overall can be a good thing for the economy. But what is also important is that we use this period where gas prices are low to accelerate a transition to a cleaner energy economy, because we know that's not going to last. Every one of us have seen cycles where gas prices go down and then they pop back up. And the idea here is that if we say to oil companies, which by the way got a significant benefit when we in the omnibus allowed them for the first time to export oil. Up until that point, domestic oil producers couldn't export. So if we say to them now, all right, oil companies, we know that you're having to retool, we know that prices are low right now, you're allowed to export, but what we're also saying is that we're going to provide, we're going to impose a tax on a barrel of oil, imported, exported, so that some of that revenue can be used for transportation, some of that revenue can be used for the investments in basic research and technology that's going to be needed for the energy sources of the future. Then 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to be in a much stronger position when oil starts getting tight again, prices start going up again. We will have further weaned our economy off of dirty fuels. We will have not just made environmental progress, but we'll also have a much stronger economy, a stronger infrastructure. We will be creating the jobs of the future. And I think we'll look back and we'll say, that was a smart investment. That was a wise decision for us to make. But the point is, it's right to do it now when gas prices are really low. And they will be low for quite some time to come, so it's not going to be a disruptive factor in terms of the economy. All right? Okay, guys. Of course, they always say something. I only said 2 questions, but I hope you guys have a wonderful Super Bowl party. All right? Thank you, guys.
Are you still in a good mood?
I am in a good mood. Right.
You didn't call on me?
All right. So with the with that out of the way. Yeah, exactly. Week ahead. That'd be okay with me too. Maybe we'll go quickly here and we'll see if there's some other questions we can get through. But Darlene, do you want to start us off in the phase two here?
Sure. A follow-up on the oil tax question.
Okay.
If something like that were to ever get through this current Congress, wouldn't asking companies to pay $10 more per barrel of oil, wouldn't that somehow dent some of the progress the president was just out here talking about on the economy? Wouldn't consumers end up having to pay that? Wouldn't it be passed on to that?
Well, I think that is, it does seem likely that oil companies would pass on at least some of that expense. But I think part of the president's point is that we're seeing that energy costs are lower than they've been in quite some time. So this is precisely the time when we should capitalize on that opportunity. The truth is, the argument is stronger when energy prices are at an all-time high. But now we're in a situation where energy prices are a little bit lower. This is a smart time for us to start considering how we can make fiscally responsible investments in new technology, in more modern infrastructure, in transportation systems that run on renewable energy, investments in research and development that would allow us to strengthen the economy, but also to transition to the low-carbon energy economy of the future.
Switching to another topic.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that the chairman of the House and Senate budget committees have said that they are not going to hold a hearing on the president's budget proposal when he sends it up there next week? And
I did see that announcement. It reminded me of the document that I've referred to in this briefing a couple of times, or in this briefing room at least a couple of times. The day after the election, Leader McConnell and then Speaker of the House John Boehner wrote an op-ed that appeared in the Wall Street Journal, and the headline was, "Now we can get Congress moving again." This was their commitment to try to bring about some semblance of regular order to the legislative process. They've done that with mixed results, and I guess the future is pretty dim if you have Republicans in Congress unwilling to even talk about the budget with the White House. We do see that Republicans are pretty eager to leap to the defense of the oil industry, but they aren't really willing to have a serious, detailed conversation about our country's budget priorities. It says a lot of things, I think. It certainly does raise some questions about how serious Republicans actually are about governing the country. It also raises some questions about how confident they are in the kinds of arguments that they could make about the budget. Maybe they're taking the Donald Trump approach to debates about the budget. They're just not going to show up.
To go back to the oil tax for a second, is that something that you are hoping to get in this final year? I mean, what was the purpose of putting it out there, knowing what the reaction would be from the Republican side?
Look, the purpose of a policy proposal like this, and this is what will be included in the president's budget next week.
Saw the first woman ever win the Iowa presidential caucuses. I am just so proud. Emily's
in the first place. The budget proposal that we'll put forward will reflect what the president believes Congress should enact to move the country forward. But our expectation is not that Congress is just going to pass every single line item that's included in our budget. We should have a debate, and because Republicans are in charge of the Congress and the Democrats in charge of the White House, we're ultimately going to have a compromise. So we weren't particularly surprised that when we announced our oil fee that Republicans leaped to the defense of the oil industry. I think that's an indication that the oil industry's millions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions are money well spent. They have people who are really looking out for them in the United States Congress. They're all Republicans. But the president's the one that's looking out for middle-class families, and we're going to continue to put forward ideas that we believe are in the best interest of our economy and middle-class families. And many of those ideas are included in, will be included in the budget, and it's unfortunate that Republicans don't even want to have a conversation about it.
And finally, it's being released on Tuesday. Tuesday is the day of the New Hampshire primary. Was there not another day the budget could be released, or?
Yeah. Well, to be blunt, there was a conversation about releasing it on Monday. But typically there's a lot of work that is done a day in advance of the budget, and we didn't want all of you to have to work during the Super Bowl. So
Thank you.
we're looking out for your best interests, even when it doesn't seem like we are. Okay. Aisha.
Well, moving on to Syria, how concerned are you that Russian and Assad forces are poised to take Aleppo? I mean, at this point, tens of thousands of Syrians are fleeing the city. And it looks like the city could soon fall under a full government siege. So is that a concern for the administration?
Well, it does look like a terrible humanitarian situation inside of Syria is poised to get worse. And that is something that we continue to be quite concerned about. And we've been concerned for some time that the Assad government has been targeting innocent civilians in areas that are held by the opposition by opposition forces, and this is a good example of that. Those operations are leading to the loss of thousands of innocent lives. They're leading to violence that has caused the displacement of millions of Syrians from their homes and their communities. It's created a refugee migration problem, not just in the region, but broadly around the world. And the continued support by the Russians of the Assad regime only makes it possible for the Assad regime to expand that violence, and it sets back our efforts to try to reach the kind of political transition that the Russians themselves acknowledge is necessary. So it's tragic, and but it certainly is not going to prevent the United States from continuing to push forward the political transition process to try to get Assad out of power so that we can begin to address the political chaos that's the root of so many problems in that country.
On another topic, some of my colleagues have a story out today about mutual fund investment in gun companies, and it revealed that President Obama has a stake in gun makers indirectly through these, through I believe a pension fund, albeit it's a very small stake. How does the president feel about the fact that all of these mutual funds and other investments are being made into gun companies because they have been so profitable during his administration? Is this something that he's given any thought about, and especially that it's difficult for even people who want more gun control or who may be opposed to investment in gun companies to avoid it because so many mutual funds are involved with these companies?
Yeah. Well, I'm not aware. I haven't seen that report, and I'm not aware with the intimate details of the president's investments that sounds like include a pension fund that may be at least partially invested in a gun manufacturer. I know there has been a grassroots attempt in a variety of places, including on some college campuses, to encourage mutual funds and other institutional investors from investing in gun manufacturers. And the president has not hid from a willingness to criticize gun manufacturers that he believes in some cases are acting unscrupulously. But our focus has been, frankly, on common sense things that can be done. And we would welcome more support from gun manufacturers for some of the common sense measures that we've advocated. Things like closing the gun show loophole, things like closing the no-fly, no-buy loophole that allows individuals who are on the terror watch list to go ahead and walk into any gun store in America and purchase a gun. So there's some common sense things that that we can do, and I don't know that we have taken a specific position on sort of these grassroots divestment efforts, but I will just say more generally that the president does believe that we're going to need to see more passion behind the grassroots movement to bring about the change in gun policies that the president would like to see. And that's sort of where we are on it. Okay. Justin.
Excuse me. I wanted to go back to something the president just said. Do you know if he misspoke when he said that the oil tax fee would be on both imported and exported barrels? It's different from what was said on the call yesterday.
Why don't I go and check that fact? I noticed that he said that too. So why don't we go and make sure we can get you some clarity about how the policy would be applied.
My second question kind of follows off of that, so maybe you'll take that one as well.
Okay.
But if the U.S. levies a tax on imports but not on exported barrels of oil, is there a possibility that that's a violation of WTO rules or NAFTA or any of the other?
Yeah, why don't I take both those questions and see if I can get you a direct answer to that question.
There were a couple other things.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the explosion on the plane in Somalia. I don't think you guys have talked about that yet. I'm wondering if you can confirm that the U.S. government has assessed that the bomber was related in some way to Al-Shabaab, if the U.S. is doing anything to aid the investigation, and if we've stepped up or taken any precautions in the aftermath of the attack.
I don't have an updated assessment to share with you. I know that there has been some work done through a variety of channels to try to learn more about this particular incident. We have seen ISIL figures or ISIL affiliated organizations try to carry out attacks against commercial aviation. So we're mindful of this risk, but at this point I don't have a firm assessment to offer.
And we're not taking any new security steps?
At this point, no. But obviously, as we learn more about what exactly happened on that particular flight, it could lead to additional steps. We're always updating our posture with measures that sometimes are readily noticeable to the public and sometimes aren't. If there's a public announcement about a change in security posture at airports that's necessary, that would be an announcement that would come from DHS and TSA. But I'm not aware of any announcements that they're planning in the short term as a direct response to this particular incident.
And the last one, the CDC set off a bit of a firestorm this week by releasing a document that said women of childbearing age shouldn't consume alcohol unless they were taking birth control. I'm wondering, this has obviously generated a lot of controversy. If you guys think the CDC kind of misstepped by releasing that document.
Well, I'll let the CDC sort of describe the science behind this. I think that their general effort was to try to communicate with the public about the significant risks that are associated with consuming alcohol early in a pregnancy. But for the most effective ways to prevent that, I defer to the expertise of the scientists at the CDC.
So does the White House then agree that women of childbearing age who aren't on birth control shouldn't consume alcohol?
Well, again, this is a scientific conclusion, or at least guidance that was issued by the CDC, and people should certainly consider that view and that guidance. But ultimately, people are going to make up their own mind. Okay, Mark.
Yesterday, we barely needed an egg timer to wait for the Republican leadership to say that the $10 oil fee was DOA. The president said they always say that, but does that mean the administration is standing by the proposal?
Absolutely, and we'll
overcome the leadership position on that.
Well, it's going to be hard to do if they won't even meet with the president's budget director. That's for sure, because this is a proposal that's included in our budget. But if Republicans are scared of that debate, I guess that is something that you'll have to ask them about. This is a position that we'll continue to advocate for. It's clearly in the best interest of our economy, both in the short term and over the long term. When you consider the need to transition to the low carbon economy of the future, and the need to do that in a fiscally responsible way. That's exactly what we're laying out. But I guess the other thing is this. We would welcome additional ideas from Republicans. If they say that they have a better, more fiscally responsible way to make the kind of investment that's needed in modernizing our infrastructure, then we're happy to consider their ideas too. But this is an idea that we think is a good one that we're putting on the table. But no, I don't think there's anybody here that was surprised about the fact, again, as I mentioned, that the Republican Party, Republicans in Congress, are eager to leap to the defense of the oil industry. If only they shared that passion for defending the middle class, our jobs numbers would look even better than they already do.
Well, they say they are because they say it'll raise the price of gasoline by a quarter a gallon.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I guess you'd have to ask the oil industry if they'd be prepared to pass that cost on to their customers. I wouldn't be surprised if they say yes. They are the ones that can render judgment about that. As I think there are a couple of other.
Would you be surprised if they said yes?
I'm sorry, I'd be surprised if they said that they would pass on the.
Why do you
I'm sorry, I would not be surprised if they said that they would pass on that. But you know, what this debate also uncovers is that there are currently significant costs that are incurred by middle-class families, by businesses, and by our economy based on the infrastructure that we currently have. That not updating our infrastructure has significant costs. I know that this is something that Secretary Fox talked about yesterday. American businesses lose almost $30 billion a year because they don't benefit from a modern infrastructure. That shipments are delayed, that products don't move as efficiently through our transportation system, or that the costs associated with moving those products through the transportation system is higher because the system is not as efficient as it could be. And that is a cost that could be eliminated, or at least significantly reduced, if we were making a smarter investment in our infrastructure. So, I guess the question is, where are we going to pay this cost? Our view is that by investing in our infrastructure, we can lower these hidden taxes, but also create jobs and improve our economic prospects over the long term by having a modern infrastructure in this country. Okay, Ron.
The President mentioned wages are rising, but was there much more evidence, and various proposals, but was there much evidence in the report that the income inequality gap is narrowing, or is there more? I don't know whether it's true or not that there's more progress at the bottom than at the top, or if it's just spread out across the economy.
Yeah. I didn't look that deeply in the numbers, but I'm sure we can have an economist touch base with you about that. I think what the President was citing, that over the last 6 months we've seen wages grow at a rate of about 2.5%, which is the fastest that they have grown in recent years. That's a positive indication that we're seeing wage growth starting to accelerate. And what we want to do is to try to continue to maintain and even build on that momentum. Given the context of the political debate, trying to put upward pressure on wages, has been a core component of the President's economic strategy, and it's satisfying to see that we're starting to make some important progress. But many of the proposals that the President discussed in answering Michelle's question would have the positive impact of continuing to put upward pressure on wages.
I didn't hear anything about people at the very bottom of the poverty rate, which has been persistently high as well.
Well,
and this seems to be, the good news seems to be for the economy broadly, but not for the people at the very bottom.
Yeah. Well, I think the increase in the participation rate is an indication that people, up and down the income scale are entering the workforce. And the good news is that last month 158,000 private sector jobs were created, so they're finding jobs. Increase wages is certainly something that's going to help those who are at the bottom, but there's more that we can do. The President talked specifically about raising the minimum wage. Right now, if you're working, even if you have a job and you're working full-time and you're trying to raise a family of 4, you're raising that family below the poverty line if all you're being paid is the minimum wage. That doesn't sort of reflect the values in this country, where hard work should lead to a good paycheck. So that's certainly one thing that we could do to address those at the bottom. This is not something that Republicans, by and large, support. The President also talked about some longer-term things like early childhood education, opening the doors to a college education to middle-class families and those families that are trying to get into the middle class. I wouldn't expect that would have an impact on next month's jobs numbers or even next year's jobs numbers. But if we want to make sure that the next generation of Americans has access to even more opportunity, there's some common sense things that we can do.
Just to follow up the Aleppo question as well, there's a report that the Saudis are going to mobilize a ground force, several thousand, to intervene in that area in Syria. Is that true?
Well, for exactly what the Saudis meant and what they're prepared to offer up, you should check with them. What they are responding to, however, is a specific request that Secretary Carter made of countries who are participating in our counter-ISIL campaign to ramp up their commitment. And so we certainly welcome, the announcement from our partners in Saudi Arabia that they'd be prepared to ramp up their commitment militarily to this effort. It's unclear to me about whether or not this would be a significant contingent of ground troops, or if they have in mind a deployment of special operations forces, like the commitment that the United States recently made. So for the texture around that, I'd refer you to the Saudis. But I think this is a positive indication that our requests for a greater commitment are being answered in the affirmative by our partners in the counter-ISIL coalition.
Are there other commitments you can point out that beyond that?
I don't have new commitments to announce, but I do know that I believe as early as next week, I'm just looking at this. Yes, next week, Secretary Carter will be traveling to Brussels, where he will be meeting with about 24 of his counterparts from nations who are part of our counter-ISIL coalition. The Saudis will be a part of that discussion. It will be an opportunity for Secretary Carter to re-up his request for additional commitments. I don't know at this point whether or not we'll have announcements out of that meeting, but that certainly would be a place to look for one.
Is it fair to say that given that Aleppo seems to be about to fall and that the political process negotiation seems to be stalled, that it's become increasingly clear that there needs to be a bigger military response on the ground from the allies, from the U.S.-led coalition, in order to really not lose the day there?
Yeah. Well, let me say a couple things about that. I think our principal concern about Aleppo right now is there's the possibility that government forces backed by the Russians would encircle that city and essentially lay siege to that city, and that would obviously exacerbate a terrible humanitarian situation there. So that is something that we're definitely concerned about. We have, we've been talking for a long time, for certainly more than 4 or 5 months now, about how the Russian military strategy inside of Syria undermines the goals of their political strategy. There's no denying that the efforts of the Russian military to buck up and strengthen the Assad regime's grip on power only gives the Assad regime less of an incentive to come to the negotiating table and act constructively in conversations there. So this is a sticking point, and it is one that does impede us making progress. Now, at the same time, the Russians do have, because of their support for the Assad regime, they do have some leverage with the Assad regime, and we're hopeful that they can use that influence to get the Syrian government to be more constructive at the negotiating table. Look, we also need to do some work with the opposition forces to get them to engage in this process too. They obviously have concerns about engaging in this process at the negotiating table when back home they're seeing their fighters subjected to intense shelling and other violence, and they see that the territory that they hold is also the scene of innocent civilians being slaughtered. So their concerns about this process are entirely understandable, but everybody needs to come to the realization that we clearly have, which is that there's not a military solution that can be imposed on Syria. We need to solve these political problems, and we need to get started on that, or at least continue to build on the progress that we've made in the last few months, so we can move this process along. Okay, Richard.
Thank you, Josh. Correct me if I'm wrong. When the president talked about economic slowdown and stagnation outside of the U.S., he talked about headwinds. At what point does the strong dollar and the weaker demand, at what point will the White House be worried that it's going to affect the export and by extension the economy?
Yeah. Well, let me start by saying there's not much I can say about the value of the dollar. The only government official that talks about that is the Treasury Secretary, and even he's cautious in making those kinds of pronouncements. We value the independence of the Fed in setting monetary policy. So I'd be interested in what the Fed has to say about your question, so you should go ask them. What I can just say in general is something that the President's top economist, Jason Furman, has been observing for quite a while now. Which is that the biggest risk to the U.S. economy right now is economic weakness and instability around the world. That we are encountering some headwinds in our economy because we're not seeing other economies grow as quickly as we would like them to see. And so the question, I think, really for the United States is what's our response to that going to be? And I think the president's view is there are a couple of things that we can do about that. The first is we can actually deepen our connections with those economies that are growing pretty robustly right now. And we do see that many of the economies that are included in the Trans-Pacific Partnership are economies that are quite dynamic. So let's deepen those connections and actually level the playing field and give American businesses more of an opportunity to compete in that region of the world. That certainly is the one way that we can start to compensate for some of the weakness and volatility that we're seeing in other markets. That's not the entire solution, but that surely should be part of it. The other thing that we can do is actually take a look at some of the ways that we can prepare the U.S. workforce to be even more competitive and even more productive. So that's why longer-term investments in things like job training and a college education and in research and development, advanced manufacturing, those kinds of investments have never been more important. That we can make that even in an economy where we're seeing even in a global economy where many of our customers of American businesses are struggling, offering them better products and more advanced products and being even more competitive is a way to further solidify the position of the United States in the global economy. So that means making investments now that will pay a long-term benefit in a better educated, better skilled workforce, and in certain sectors of the economy like technology and advanced manufacturing, where we can strengthen the kind of competitive advantage that we already enjoy and that has led to the or at least contributed importantly to the kind of economic success that we've seen in recovering from the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression.
And I have a question on Syria. We talked about Aleppo, but we hear about different cities and populations being isolated and starving to death.
Yeah.
You often underline the fact that the U.S. is the most important humanitarian donor. Is it an option to airdrop humanitarian aid to these populations, or are we just giving this to refugees outside the country and in the end abandoning the other ones inside?
Yeah. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, and let me say a couple things about it. The first is the United States is the largest donor of bilateral donor of humanitarian assistance to Syrians fleeing violence. And that means making contributions to countries in the region that are already bearing a significant burden of caring for these refugees. Countries like Jordan, Lebanon, Turkey, and others. The other thing that we have done is also provided significant resources to the aid organizations that are able to operate in Syria. It's a very dangerous environment there. There aren't many that have the capacity to do that, but there are some. And we're seeking to support them by providing them resources. The other thing that we've been very focused on doing is trying to negotiate ceasefires so that these aid organizations can operate safely on the ground to go and try to bring badly needed food and water and medical supplies to innocent civilians who were just caught in the crossfire. So there's been an aggressive diplomatic track to try to enact humanitarian ceasefires that would allow for some of this assistance to be provided. When it comes to humanitarian airdrops, that is something that we've done in isolated situations in the past. Yesterday I cited the example of providing some humanitarian supplies to Yazidi religious minorities that had been isolated on Sinjar Mountain. What tends to be true of those kinds of humanitarian airdrops is, I think for obvious reasons, the amount of supplies that you can include in a humanitarian airdrop is pretty limited. It means that the longer-term impact of those supplies is limited, and the number of people that you can bring relief to is limited. But that was okay in the situation in the Sinjar Mountains because we knew we had a good sense of the population of people that were up there. And it came on the heels of, or right around the same time, as a coordinated military action to free them from that siege. So the humanitarian supplies just needed to get them through a couple of days until we could get them off the mountain. The kind of situation that we see inside of Syria right now is different than that. We're talking about much larger populations of people, and typically we're talking about people that have been isolated and under siege for a long time, so they have pretty grave needs. So I wouldn't rule out humanitarian airdrops in the future, but our focus right now is on trying to get the kind of ceasefire that would allow aid organizations to provide that relief and that assistance on the ground. But you can move a lot more through a convoy of trucks than you can through pallets that are dropped out of a military transport aircraft.
Which imply negotiating with the Assad regime.
Well, it does. It does imply getting the Assad regime and the Russians to abide by a ceasefire agreement that would allow for the basic humanitarian needs of innocent people to be addressed, but also would advance the political negotiations. If we're trying to reach a political solution, let's stop the firing and try to broker our differences here. And that's been part of our strategy, and we've made a little progress in this regard, but there's a lot more that we can do, and we want to try to build on the progress that we've seen thus far. Okay, Margaret.
Josh, on Aleppo, you said a terrible humanitarian situation is poised to get worse. You'd also acknowledge that the loss of Aleppo would be a significant blow for the moderate rebels and those supported by the U.S.
Yeah, this is obviously one of the largest cities in Syria, and so it would be a setback to the opposition. But what we want to prevent is, we want to prevent the kind of humanitarian disaster that could result from this situation. But we also want to try to prevent a further setback to the political process. That the more confident that the Assad regime gets in terms of their hold on power, the less of an incentive they have to even engage constructively in the political process. And look, even the Russians, this is something that President Putin said directly to President Obama. He acknowledged that a political transition inside of Syria was necessary to ultimately solve these problems. And given the significant investment that Russia has made in Syria, particularly when you consider their military installation, they have their own incentive to try to bring this violence to an end. And they recognize that they've made a significant gamble by immersing themselves so deeply in the sectarian conflict. But at some point, they just have to reconcile the contradictions that are inherent in their strategy.
I'm interested in what you said about Saudi's offer, if it is that, about a ground force specifically. When you were saying you welcome Saudi stepped-up aid, specifically ground forces, is that something that the United States supports?
The United States Secretary Carter made a request of a number of his counterparts who are part of our counter-ISIL coalition, including the Saudis, asking them to consider ways they could enhance and even increase their contributions to our counter-ISIL efforts. And that all of those requests have included additional military support. That's why the Secretary of Defense was making the ask. Well, again, in terms of what kind of commitment the Saudis have in mind, I would refer you to them. I can't speak for them about whether or not they were talking about a detachment of Saudi ground combat troops, or if they had in mind a commitment of Saudi special operations forces. They have a pretty advanced military in Saudi Arabia, and they have special operations forces that do have unique capabilities that could advance the goals of our counter-ISIL campaign. But in terms of the specifics about what they're prepared to commit to this effort, you should check with them. I don't want to speak for them. But this will certainly be part of the discussion that Secretary Carter has with his counterparts in Brussels. And hopefully, other countries will see the significant commitment that the United States has made. They'll see this new commitment that the Saudis have made, and that they too will, that other countries will also ramp up their commitment to this effort.
On Wall Street, I want to ask you, when the president was talking about softness in the global economy and looking forward, jobless rate's a lagging indicator of what's happening and what will be happening. Wall Street's warning increasingly of a recession in 2016. Is the White House ruling that out?
Well, the president's economist can give you a better assessment of this, and we can arrange for a conversation with you. I think, in general, what we would say is that we're mindful of the risks. The U.S. economy is not impervious to the weakness that we see in other economies that are closely intertwined in ours. The reaction of some people is to say, well, maybe we should sever those ties, or we should take a step back from the international economy. The president's view is that the more that we can protect the ability of American businesses to do business overseas, the more customers they're going to have. And so that means if we start to encounter some headwinds from China or some European economies, that creating additional opportunities in places like Vietnam and Singapore all of a sudden become pretty appealing. So that certainly needs to be part of our strategy, and that's part of the president's approach. The other thing that we can do is invest in those areas where we already know that we have a competitive advantage. That investments in new technology and research and development, even in the medical field or advanced manufacturing, these are all areas where the United States leads the world. We're at the cutting edge of these industries, and we know that these industries generate economic activity inside the United States. They also create good jobs. So let's make sure that we're investing in those industries. Let's also make sure that we're investing in our workforce so that American workers are positioned to capitalize on those opportunities that are available.
Did the president think that Democrats are also talking down the economy, something he said is not helpful, particularly the Democrats running for office who talk about some of the problems with lack of wage growth and long-term unemployment? Was he including them, Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders?
I don't think he was, primarily because I think what both of those candidates have said, generally, is that our economy has made a lot of important progress over the last 7 years, and they want to try to build on it. And they said the same thing that the president just did, I think, in response to Michelle's question, which is that there's more work that we need to do here. So the president is not suggesting that somehow we don't need to worry about the economy or that we don't need to take additional steps to support the private sector and to support the American workforce. What he's most concerned about is making sure that we capitalize on the progress that we've made, as opposed to what the Republicans are advocating, which is actually taking us back to the policies that led to the Great Recession in the first place.
And if you'll indulge me, is the president keeping his Super Bowl picks for his conversation with my colleague, Gail King?
She will be best positioned to try to draw that out of him. I don't know how much success that we'll have, but maybe Gail considers that a challenge. We'll see. Carol.
Do you have any more details on the larger speech on oil and energy that the president said he was going to deliver?
I don't at this point. There's not anything like that that's on the books right now, but this is something that obviously has been on the president's mind and something that we've been talking about. But we'll keep you updated on when something like that comes together.
You just said that. It's not
I think the president's what the president was saying is that this is something that he's been thinking about a lot, and does want to look for an opportunity where he can give a more fulsome response to the good question that Kevin asked. Okay, Mary.
Back to Margaret's question about Democrats also commenting on the economy on the trail.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been hammering against the economy pretty strongly. Hillary Clinton again last night said the economy has not been working for most Americans. Is she wrong?
Well, again, I think I only watched part of the debate last night. I didn't see the whole thing. I think that there are parts of it that I did see. She went to great lengths to say that the progress that we've made over the last 7 years has been important, has led to the kind of economy in the United States that makes our economy the envy of the world. It is, as the president said, the strongest and most durable economy in the world. And that's thanks to some of the policies that the president put in place. But those policies were put in place to support American businesses and American workers that have led our economic recovery. And the question is, are we going to keep in place those policies, further support American businesses and American workers, and even look for opportunities to double down on those policies that have allowed us to make so much progress? Or are we actually going to take those policies away and take us back to an era that actually led to the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression? I think I feel confident in saying that both Secretary Clinton and Senator Sanders would agree with that description of the president's strategy and their support for it, and how that stands in stark contrast to what's being advocated by Republicans.
And one question on immigration. In recent months, there have been several cases of local ICE officers moving forward on deportations that don't meet the president's priorities, a DACA recipient, for instance, being deported. Is the administration confident that DHS and its agencies are following the president's deportation policies?
Yeah. I can't speak to any specific enforcement action from here. Obviously, those enforcement actions are made, or decisions about enforcement actions are made by law enforcement officers, and that's not something that we can or should or even try to dictate from the White House. What the Secretary of Homeland Security, though, can do is lay out, in general, some priorities for how he believes our limited law enforcement resources can be used to protect the American public. And the priorities that the President or that the Secretary has laid out are entirely consistent with the kinds of priorities that the President has in mind. But as it relates to specific cases, I'd refer to DHS. I just don't want to interfere with their law enforcement efforts. Okay. Jordan.
Thanks, Josh. Can you tell us more about the President's meeting with Senator Casey today, how that came about, and what was specifically on the agenda?
Yeah. I don't have a lot more about the meeting. The President, I think one of the reasons the President may have been in a good mood today is that he saw that Senator Casey was on his schedule. The President got to know Senator Casey pretty well, not just when they served together in the Senate, but when they campaigned together in the state of Pennsylvania. And the President shows a lot of loyalty to Senator Casey, who stuck his neck out and took a significant political risk by endorsing then Senator Obama in the 2008 presidential primary. That was at a time when President Obama was not at all leading in the polls in the Democratic primary in Pennsylvania. But yet, Senator Casey stuck by the President's side and campaigned across that state for his campaign. So I don't have a lot of details to share with you about their conversation. But if there's anything else that we can share, I'll let you know.
Well, now the Senator is a strong supporter of Hillary Clinton, so is the President going to return the favor?
We'll see.
And just one more on another meeting that wasn't on the President's schedule. It was reported that he met with Senator Grassley and Congressman Goodlatte on criminal justice reform.
Yeah.
Do you have any other details or readout from that conversation?
Well, I don't have a lot of details from the specific conversation, but I can tell you what the President, the message that the President delivered. We have been trying now for, I guess more than a year at this point, to nurture the bipartisan agreement on Capitol Hill about the benefits of criminal justice reform. That if you enact criminal justice reform in the right way, you can accomplish a lot of goals that I think Democrats and Republicans share. You can make our criminal justice system more fair. You can actually save taxpayers costs in terms of the amount of money that we pay to lock up low-level drug offenders. You can also make our communities more safe. That if you reform our criminal justice system in a smart way, you can actually reduce recidivism rates and reduce crime. So that's the goal that the President has in mind, and I think this is the goal that Senator Grassley and Chairman Goodlatte have in mind. And so that conversation primarily was geared toward trying to continue to nurture the bipartisan pursuit of this kind of legislation. As is consistent with any sort of bipartisan legislation, there's going to be some compromising involved. And it probably won't yield a perfect piece of legislation, but I do think we can produce a bill that moves in the direction of the priorities that I laid out. And the President wanted to have a conversation with Senator Grassley and Chairman Goodlatte to encourage them to continue to move in that direction. And frankly, these are the two individuals who've been played such an instrumental role on Capitol Hill in making as much bipartisan progress as we have thus far. So I think the President also wanted to not just encourage them, but also to thank them for their hard work on this important issue. And that's notable because we disagree on a whole bunch of other things with Senator Grassley and Chairman Goodlatte. But to their credit, they're taking to heart the responsibility that they have to not just try to find areas where they disagree with the President, but actually try to find areas where Democrats and Republicans might be able to agree and might be able to make progress for the country. That's a good thing, and we hope they'll keep doing it. Okay? Michelle.
So the senators are saying that they are ready and willing to send ground troops to fight ISIS if asked. Whether those troops are infantry forces or whatever, or special ops, is it safe to say that you would welcome that as soon as possible? And is the U.S. going to ask for them?
Well, we certainly have asked the Saudis for an increased contribution to our efforts, and I think this is a response to that specific ask. Those commitments will be discussed in greater detail by Secretary Carter with his counterparts in Brussels next week. He's sitting down with 24 of his counterparts from nations who are part of our counter-ISIL coalition. And then the other thing that we have gone to great lengths to do is to make sure that the contributions that are made by different partners in our counter-ISIL coalition are integrated with the efforts of everybody else. And so that does mean that the Saudis can't just, next week send in troops into Syria. We're going to want to make sure that their commitment is integrated into the overall effort and integrated with the contributions that are made by other countries. So I don't envision a prolonged delay here, but we do want to make sure that our resources and the resources that are being committed by our partners are being leveraged to maximize the kind of outcome that we'd like to see.
Would you say at this point that ISIS can't be defeated without ground troops?
Well, I think that we've acknowledged in the past a couple of things. One is that while we cannot impose a military solution on the problems in Syria and Iraq, we can have a significant impact using some of our military strength. That the airstrikes, for example, that the United States and our coalition partners have carried out have resulted in ISIL fighters being taken off the battlefield. They've resulted in ISIL leaders being taken off the battlefield. And they have enhanced the effectiveness of ground forces that are fighting ISIL on the ground. What we have said is that ground component is critical to our military success. That the airstrikes are important, but but when backed up by, or when airstrikes are being used to back up ground operations, that kind of coordination is the best way to leverage our contributions to to achieve our military goals.
Would you say of Saudi Arabia and the other Arab countries that it's talking about, working with them on training and sending troops, had they made this offer a year ago or shortly thereafter, things would be much different on the ground than they are today?
Well, I think it's hard to make that kind of assessment, because the thing that we've also said is, at least this is particularly true when you're talking about Iraq, but it's true in Syria as well. Ultimately, what we need is fighters on the ground who are fighting for their own country. And obviously the Iraqi government, the Iraqi security forces that are operating under the command and control of the Iraqi central government have much greater capacity to do that than opposition fighters in Syria, for a whole host of reasons. But that's why we've always said that ground campaigns inside of Iraq will be carried out by forces that are under the command and control of the Iraqi central government. The United States and our coalition partners will be there to support them in a variety of ways. We can provide them equipment, we can provide them some training, we can provide them some assistance, and we can carry out airstrikes in support of their efforts on the ground. But ultimately, our strategy is predicated on Iraqis fighting on Iraqi soil for their country's security. We need to see something similar inside of Syria. It's harder because we're obviously not working with the Syrian central government. The Syrian government has lost legitimacy to lead. So what we're seeking to do is to build relationships with and support the efforts of opposition fighters on the ground, and ostensibly a greater commitment from Saudi Arabia would be integrated into that effort to support and enhance the performance of Syrian opposition fighters.
And I ask this quickly only because today Lisa Monaco did that op-ed talking about the response to Zika. She contrasted it with Ebola, saying that, really with Zika, it's mainly transmitted through a mosquito bite. She talked about the differences. But on the same day, we see that scientists say that the active virus is detectable in both saliva and urine. So do you see that as potentially changing this game? And with Ebola, part of the problem with how extreme the problem got was that, you know, there was kind of a slow response worldwide. Like the urgency wasn't there in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So if things are going to change based on where the virus is detectable, do you think that the urgency is there that should be now? And I'm not just talking about the U.S. response, but the world response.
Yeah. Well, I do think that the world has learned from our experience with Ebola. And I think what we've learned a couple of things. That taking aggressive action early is important. Building up the healthcare infrastructure in the countries where the disease is present is critical to our success. The good news here is that the healthcare infrastructure in many of the countries in the Western Hemisphere where we're seeing the virus is better than the kind of healthcare infrastructure that we saw in some of the countries in West Africa where the Ebola virus was present. But one thing that is necessary about the Zika virus is we need to learn more about it. And there's not been as much research and science performed on the Zika virus as there has been about Ebola. Now, there's a good reason for that, which is that Ebola is a terrible, fatal disease for just about everybody that contracts it. The risk from Zika is much, much different. I've done this before, but let me just reiterate quickly here. Well, I feel like I do. I'll keep it short. But look, the risks of Zika are different than Ebola. Most people who get Zika, who contract the Zika virus, don't show any symptoms at all. Those who do show symptoms have symptoms that last about a week, and they're things like relatively low fever and some swelling. The concern that we have with Zika is that it is potentially linked to a particular birth defect, that when pregnant women contract Zika, there appears to be a correlation with their children being born with this birth defect. So that is what has attracted the world's attention, and that is what we're trying to counter. But that's what makes it materially different than the Ebola situation that we saw a couple years ago. Okay, Sarah.
Thanks, Josh. Yesterday when the president announced the oil fee, one of my colleagues on the climate beat tweeted POTUS is in climate YOLO mode. And I asked about that because she was retweeted by the White House, one of the White House's environmental strategists. And I know that our T's do not always equal endorsements, but is the president in climate YOLO mode? And to what extent is the budget proposal kind of a YOLO thing versus a really serious set of policy proposals?
Yeah, I think those two things aren't necessarily contradictory. I think that you can expect to see a budget that has some pretty bold, ambitious ideas included in it, and this is one of them. But the president's quite serious about them. We often say that budgets are an opportunity to be quite specific about where your priorities lay. And that certainly will be included in the president's budget proposal. Again, I think the Republican response also made clear what Republican priorities are. Based on the voracious response we saw to this, I think it's pretty clear that their priority lies with defending the oil industry. The president's priority lies with defending the middle class and trying to expand the economic opportunity for the middle class. And that will be enshrined in the budget proposal that we'll roll out on Tuesday. Okay. All right. Gardner.
I just want to follow up on Sarah's question.
Okay.
Help me understand the sort of the political thinking here, because it does seem to me that your budget you are becoming increasingly disconnected with sort of legislative reality, and you were concerned in the past about making proposals that you felt had a chance on Capitol Hill. Now it seems that you are making proposals that you know have no chance. And is that because you simply want to lay out some markers for this party and this country about what should happen, or is that a sort of a political strategy to sort of put pressure on Republicans to oppose things that you think make sense, or is it all of the above?
Yeah, well, that's a good question, Gardner, because there have been previous budget proposals where either I or one of my predecessors stood up here and said that our budget proposal reflected a genuine effort to compromise, and it factored in priorities that Republicans themselves had identified. But the fact is, we often saw that Republicans turned up their nose at that. So I guess my point is that those kinds of budget proposals that we acknowledged on the front end were a genuine effort to compromise didn't result in greater congressional action. And it certainly didn't result in a more productive conversation with Republicans. So I do think that you can expect to see some pretty bold ideas, and I wouldn't expect Republicans to endorse every single component of those ideas. But there will be many things in there that Republicans should be able to support. And we've talked about the pretty ambitious agenda that we have for this year that is populated primarily by ideas that Republicans themselves say that they support. Criminal justice is certainly one of them. The Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement that we were talking about a little earlier is certainly one of them. There are ideas around the Earned Income Tax Credit and expanding it that we have, that Paul Ryan has spoken favorably of in the past. Frankly, I don't know if that proposal is included in the budget, but we'll have a chance to talk about that more on Tuesday. One of the other things that's included in the budget that gets a lot of attention right now is this idea that Medicare should be able to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies on drug prices. There's at least one leading Republican presidential candidate that thinks that's a good idea. And that's something that we've included in our budget for at least the last couple of years. And it will be included this time, too. So I'm not suggesting, as I mentioned earlier, that we're going to lay out a budget proposal that will be supported, in which every line item will be supported by Republicans. But it is an opportunity for the president to make clear what his priorities are. And some of those are priorities that Republicans say they support. But unfortunately, we see Republicans unwilling to even have a simple conversation with the president's budget director about them. And I think it certainly raises questions about how serious Republicans actually are about using their newfound majority in Congress to run the country. They seem to be using their majority in Congress to run campaigns. I don't think that's what the voters intended when they elected their representatives into these positions.
The president has said that he clearly wants to continue pushing on a lot of these priorities after his presidency. Mm-hmm. Is this budget in some ways this transition from President Obama, the beginning of that transition from President Obama to Citizen Obama, where you are laying out some of these markers that he intends to continue pushing on even after you've run through the tape of this administration?
Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't draw the linkage that directly. I think because frankly one of the benefits of being Citizen Obama is that you're unconstrained by the kind of responsibilities that you had in your previous position. So that said, the budget that will roll out next week will codify the highest priorities that the president has for the country and for the middle class. And I would certainly anticipate that when the president talks about public issues after he's left this office, that he'll continue to advocate for those kinds of priorities. Okay. Goyle.
Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
Two questions. One, as far as 18 months old Prime Minister Modi's government in India is concerned, there was a great beginning as far as personal relations with President Obama is concerned, because President Obama was a special guest last year in January 26. So much has happened under this new government in India, under Prime Minister Modi and President Obama. And now they have a hotline. They can pick up the phone and call each other. Mm-hmm. So what is the future? Where is the future between the U.S. and India relations are concerned on many fronts? Which I believe Prime Minister Modi will be here next month for a nuclear strategy talk and all that also.
Yeah, I know that Prime Minister Modi was invited to participate in the National Security Summit. I don't know if he's announced that he's planning to attend, so his office could confirm that for you. Look, I think the best thing to point you to is the last opportunity that President Obama had to meet with Prime Minister Modi was in Paris in the context of the climate talks. And there was a sense at the time that the Indian government might be the chief impediment to the successful completion of an ambitious climate agreement. And that ambitious climate agreement was completed less than 2 weeks after that meeting. I think that should be a pretty good indication to you that while obviously Prime Minister Modi takes very seriously the responsibility that he has to advocate for the citizens of his country, he can advance the interests of the people of India by working effectively with President Obama. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing for our two countries. It's a good thing for the citizens of our two countries. And I would expect the President will continue to look for ways to strengthen the relationship, not just between the two leaders, but between our two countries during his final year in office.
Second, as far as immigration is concerned, according to a recent report, there are about 11 million undocumented immigrants here. But also reports said, and some experts, immigration lawyers, that most of those who are here in this country, they are good citizens and pay taxes and also they are contributing to the economy. So they are still relying on President Obama in this election year that there might be a light at the end of the dark tunnel, and they think that President Obama is the only president who can bring light in their life. What do you think of the future?
Well, look, there's no denying that President Obama has been a leading advocate of immigration reform, the kind of common sense immigration reform that would bring undocumented immigrants out of the shadows, that would require them to undergo a background check, to pay taxes. And we know this would have a positive impact, not just on the lives of those immigrants, many of whom are American in every way but their papers, but it also would have a positive impact on our economy, because you obviously have a larger pool of people paying taxes, and it's harder for unscrupulous employers to try to take advantage of the undocumented status of some workers to pay them lower wages. So we can put upward pressure on wages, and we can collect more taxes. That's good for the economy, it's good for the country, and it certainly would make a difference in the lives of so many of these immigrants.
Can I just one more quickly?
Sure.
As far as these campaign rallies are concerned, what message you think we are sending to these people that one Indian American Sikh with turban, he was asked to leave the rally, and because of his look, I don't like your look and you have to leave my rally.
Yeah.
And so President Obama has been recently speaking, including in Baltimore and also yesterday at the breakfast and all that this is not America, that we have envisioned our founding fathers that one attack on one religion is attack on all the religions among others, and he had a very clear message. So what do you think the message from the President to the Indian American community, especially Sikhs, because they are look and turban?
Yeah, well, Goyal, I think you summarized it pretty well there, actually. I think the President's comments in Baltimore and yesterday at the prayer breakfast were a pretty clear indication that it is a core American value that people should not be targeted or marginalized or ridiculed because of the way they choose to worship God. And that right to do so, unimpeded by anybody, let alone somebody who aspires to the highest political office in the United States, is a direct contradiction of a core American value. And the President, I think, spoke out quite forcefully about his commitment to defending that value for everybody. Okay? John, I'll give you the last one, then we'll do the week ahead.
Thanks, Pastor.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Well, John, you go, and then we'll do Kevin, and then we'll do the week ahead.
Just so I'm clear, had the White House actually sought a meeting between Republican leaders and the White House budget director?
What typically happens, John, is that when the President puts forward his budget, the respective leaders of the budget committee in both the House and the Senate would invite the President's budget director to come testify about the budget. And based on the research that we've done, that's happened every year for the last 16 years. Our assumption is that it goes back much longer than that, but we can continue to do that research. And even before the President put out his budget, the leaders of those two committees, who happen to be Republicans, said that they were refusing to hold those hearings and were refusing to invite the budget director to even come talk to them. Again, that sounds to me like the Donald Trump approach to governing, and I don't think a lot of people are going to support it.
And lastly, did the administration treat this final budget that the president will propose any differently, given that it's his final year in office, Republicans control both the House and the Senate, it's an election year, and perhaps you want to, indeed, as you say, get things done in his final year?
Yeah. Our goal in laying out this budget proposal was try to summarize the president's priorities for the country and the priorities for the middle class. And that's what will be included in the budget agreement. And I recognize that that means that not every element of the budget proposal will be supported by Republicans. But there should be plenty in here for Republicans to like. And that's why it's so unfortunate that Republicans are not even willing to have a conversation about it with the president's budget director. Okay. Kevin, I'll give you the last one. We'll do the weekend.
Just a little bit of housekeeping
Yeah.
on Gitmo. Any announcements to be made in the next week on other detainees being moved to other locations?
Nothing that I'm prepared to preview from here. The Department of Justice does continue to work on the much discussed plan that we'll present to Congress. I don't have updated timing for you on that, but I know that that they're working on it even today, and that when that plan is presented to Congress, we'll make sure you all get a copy as well.
Appreciate that. The national polls now seem to suggest that Senator Sanders and Senator Clinton nationally are almost neck and neck. Does this sort of debunk the idea among some Democrats that he's unelectable?
Well, I think one lesson that I certainly learned in the context of the 2008 race is that the national polls can make for good fodder for a conversation around the water cooler. But what really matters for the strategy of these campaigns are the polls in individual states that are coming up. And these are state-by-state contests. And the smart campaigns are the campaigns that are not focused on the national polls, but actually focused on the work that they need to do in the upcoming states. Again, the national polls can be the subject of an interesting discussion sometimes, but they're not particularly relevant to the strategies that are made by the smart campaigns, at least.
All right, and since the president won't, we'll give you your shot.
Yeah.
Super Bowl 50. Who you got?
Well, that is a good question. I know that you have a vested rooting interest in the Broncos. But I think the truth is the Carolina Panthers had a great year, and they have only lost one game. So I think I would give a narrow edge to the Panthers, but we'll see. Maybe the Broncos will pull it out and prove me wrong.
But you're rooting for Peyton Manning to go out on top.
Well, look, there's no doubt that he's had a remarkable career. I don't know if this is going to be his last game or not, but he's traditionally performed well when he's in the spotlight. So Carolina's got a great defense, but I think they can. My expectation is that Peyton Manning will perform very well. All right, let's do the week ahead, and then we'll let you get started on your weekend. On Monday, the president will host President Sergio Mattarella of Italy at the White House. Italy is a valued NATO ally and a close partner of a broad range of global challenges. During their meeting, the leaders will discuss our shared efforts to counter ISIL and the global refugee crisis. They will also exchange views on economic developments in Europe, the importance of concluding the transatlantic trade and investment partnership, and other issues of mutual interest. On Tuesday, the president will attend meetings here at the White House, and that is, of course, the day that the budget will be released. On Wednesday, 9 years after he announced his candidacy for president, the president will travel to the place where his political career began by traveling to Springfield, Illinois. Now in the final year of his second term, the president looks forward to addressing the Illinois General Assembly about what we can do together to build a better politics, one that reflects our better selves. In the evening, the president will travel to the San Jose, California area, where he will spend the night. On Thursday, the president will attend a DSCC and a DNC event in the Bay Area. And later that day, the president will travel to the Los Angeles area to tape an appearance on the Ellen DeGeneres Show and attend a couple of other DNC events in the LA area, and then spend the night there. Thursday will be a busy day. On Friday, the president will travel to Palm Springs, California, where he will spend the night. That is, of course, in advance of the ASEAN summit that he'll be hosting on Monday, February 15th, and Tuesday, February 16th. The summit with leaders from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations at Sunnylands in Rancho Mirage, California, will continue important conversations about the Asia-Pacific region. Following the conclusion of the summit on Tuesday, the president will return to Washington. We'll have some more information for you about the agenda at the ASEAN summit early next week, I hope. The one other scheduling matter that I'll let those of you, I want to make sure that those of you who cover the White House closely are clued in on. As Margaret alluded to, both President Obama and the First Lady we'll be sitting down for a conversation with Gayle King from CBS that will air during the Super Bowl pregame show. And then the president then will also be sticking around for a taped conversation on Sunday that will air during the CBS early show on Monday morning. So CBS This Morning. Boy, I'm going to get some emails about that. So as a regular viewer of CBS This Morning, I'd encourage you to check it out. But anyway, that conversation will be taped on Sunday, but will air first thing on Monday morning, so definitely tune in for that. Okay?
Josh, are those fundraisers open or closed next week?
I don't know what the press access is for each event, but we'll delve into that, and we'll make sure it's consistent with what we've done in the past. But we'll follow up with you on that. Okay? Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that has wrapped up the press briefing from Josh, and it has wrapped up, so we're going to actually go to another event featuring presidential candidate Bernie Sanders. But wait, why is President Obama on the screen? Let's listen.
You're aware by now, America's businesses created another 158,000 jobs last month. After reaching 10% in 2000. The first time that the unemployment rate has dipped below 5% in almost 8 years. Americans are working. All told, over the past 6 years, our businesses have added 14 million new jobs. 71 straight months of private sector job growth extends the longest streak on record. Over the past 2 years, 2014 and 2015, our businesses added more jobs than any time since the 1990s. Most importantly, this progress is finally starting to translate this year are designed to give workers even more leverage to earn raises and promotions. So, unemployment, deficits, gas prices are all down. Jobs, wages, and the rate of the insured are up. I should mention, by the way, that since I signed Obamacare into law, nearly on net, all of them full-time jobs. So, as I said in my State of the Union address, the United States of America right now has the strongest, most durable economy in the world, everybody. That does not mean that we don't have more work to do. There is softness in the global economy. China is going through a transition. Europe's economy is still slow. A lot of the emerging markets are challenged. So that's all creating headwinds for a lot of U.S. companies who do business overseas. And we also have to do more to make sure that the progress that we do make is broadly based and impacting folks up and down the income scale. The budget that I send to Congress on Tuesday subsidizing the past, but by investing in the future. And that's why we're going to be placing a big emphasis on clean energy. Private sector solar jobs, for example, are growing 12 times faster than the rest of the economy. And they pay better than average. Enjoy the Super Bowl. I'm not telling you my pick. There's a very hard ending. But I'm hoping for a great game. Is that, Jeff? Is he back there? Yes.
How about a question? How about a question?
You said to us yesterday that you don't get enough credit. Were you again?
You know what? Let me take a couple of questions. All right. Why not? I'm in a good mood. Go ahead.
Okay, so you were implying as
While we have made significant progress, and I talked about this during the State of the Union, there's still anxiety and concern about the depth. Look at some of the surveys, people feel better about their circumstances, their finances, but they're not sure about the future. And part of it is there's still a pretty big carryover from the devastation that took place in 2007, 2008. If your home value drops secured or your pension suddenly looks vulnerable, you're going to remember that. And so a lot of people still feel that. And they're right to recognize that there's some longer-term economic trends that we still have to tackle. The pressure on companies to maximize short-term returns, oftentimes at the expense of long-term investment. The lack of loyalty sometimes to workers who built those companies and for them to lay off and be laid off. The fact that is we should be proud of the progress we've made. We have recovered from the worst economic crisis since the 1930s, the worst in my lifetime and the lifetime of most of the people in this room. And we've done it faster, done worse, and we know that because a lot of the European countries adopted those policies, and they haven't yet gotten to the same place they were before the crisis. So evidence, facts are on our side, and this jobs report gives you one more indication that the facts are on our side. Making sure that we're investing in transportation, infrastructure, and clean energy, going after the jobs of the future, investing in technology, security. And as far as I can tell, those who are running down the economy and adding to the economy don't seem to have any plausible, coherent recipe other than cut taxes for the very folks who've been doing the best in this economy. And somehow magically that's going to make other folks, you're feeling insecure is because immigrants or poor people are taking more and more of your paycheck, and that is just not true. Yeah, the facts don't bear that out. That's not where the weaknesses in the class families were making them more vulnerable to disruption to this economy. And I want to keep on making that argument during the course of this year. We should feel good about the progress we've made, understanding that we've still got more work to do. It's sort of like, I was only going to make two. I'm going to make two. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. How can you improve workforce participation levels? Because as much as people talk about the recovery, so few Americans are now, relatively speaking, in the job force, especially compared to...
On the first question, part of what was good in this jobs report is the fact that the participation rate, in fact, didn't drop. That wasn't the reason why. At a point where the labor participation rate is lower than it has been historically. Right. Some of that's explained by demographics. The population is getting older, and so you expect that there is some decline, but it's not fully that. And this is part of the reason why we have to keep our foot to the accelerator in terms of doing the things that need to be done to keep the economy growing and keep it strong. We should not let up from the progress that's been made so that the labor market continues to tighten. Special efforts. I get a lot of letters from middle-aged workers who got laid off, aren't confident about their current skills, and so have not yet re-entered the workforce. They need to get retrained. Special group of folks in their late 40s, early 50s, still far away from retirement, but feel like they can't adapt. Obviously, there are young people, high school dropouts, came of age right in the middle of this terrible recession and haven't gotten attached to the labor market yet. And so we've got to make special efforts to figure out how do we get them into job training programs or community college and allows them to get some skills. So there's a wide set of strategies we can take on that, but it's going to it's going to require overall though a strong labor market for them to feel like it's worth it to make these efforts, and we want to keep making sure that the labor market is strong. What is also important is that we use this. Every one of us have seen cycles where gas prices go down and then they pop back up. And the idea here is that if we say to oil companies, which by the way, domestic oil producers couldn't export. So if we say to them now, all right, oil companies, we know that you're having to retool. We know that prices are low right now. You're allowed to export. But what we're also seeing, revenue can be used for transportation. Some of that revenue can be used for the investments in basic research and technology that's going to be needed for the energy sources of the future. Then, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to be in a much stronger position when oil starts getting tight again, prices start going up again. We will have further weaned our economy off of dirty fuels. We will have not just made environmental progress, but we'll also have a much stronger economy, a stronger infrastructure. We'll look back and we'll say, that was a smart investment. That was a wise decision for us to make. But the point is, it's right to do it now when gas prices are really low. And they will be low for quite some time to come, so it's not going to be a...
Thank you, sir. Are you still in a good mood?
I am in a good mood.
All right. So with the
I've got enough.
with that out of the way.
Asking companies to pay $10.
We're now looking at live video of the crowd after a Bernie Sanders event just wrapped up. See lots of people in the room in support of Bernie Sanders. Now, earlier this morning, we brought you live video of that crane collapse coverage in New York. What we're seeing now is actual video of the collapse as it happened. It was caught on video. We have the video on our Facebook, sorry, not on our Facebook page, but on our Fox 10 Phoenix website. In fact, I'm going to pull it up for you guys now so you guys can watch for yourself. What are the odds that someone was actually filming this crane as it fell? This video was recorded by Glenn Zito. Glenn Zito gave this video to Fox 5 in New York, and we are sharing it with our sister station. It actually shows the crane collapsing. Pretty crazy video.
When I crave a smoke, that's all I crave.
And now you guys are seeing the ads that play on our website. So there's that too. Give me a second while I go ahead and figure something out. Oh, whoops. Looks like we're showing you now the Fox 5 coverage of that crane collapse from earlier.
What can you tell us, please?
Hi there, Greg and Rosanna. Let me step into the picture. We're on Duane Street. We're actually about 2 blocks south of the accident because police have closed off about a 3-block stretch of church right now. They're keeping everyone back. I was up pretty close to the scene of the accident earlier where I saw that big red crane that looked kind of cracked in half that had fallen onto the street, onto parked cars. Again, the fire department confirming to us 1 person has been killed in the crane accident. 2 others are in serious condition, and we're hearing at least one of them may have been trapped in some way, then pulled out, taken to the hospital. It's a huge response, as you might imagine here. The fire department, the Office of Emergency Services, the police department, plenty of EMS, and of course the buildings department also on scene now trying to figure out what caused this. It was a little bit windy this morning. Also, you can see about a block back from the accident, if my photographer would pan up, Angelo, there was one big, rather big building under construction right behind 40 Worth Street. You can see that big glass building.
Created some natural gas leaks, forcing evacuations.
Well, just days after it's confirmed a case of the Zika virus was spread through sexual contact, researchers announced another surprising find. Scientists have now detected active Zika virus in saliva as well as in urine. Despite the discovery, that is, fears over the virus, the 2016 Olympic Games Committee says the games will go on as planned, and the country has no intention of canceling the games. Here in the U.S., the CDC is now recommending that men who have been to a Zika region should use condoms during sex, especially if their partner is pregnant. The CDC stresses that the virus is still mainly spread by mosquitoes, and it causes mild or no symptoms at all.
New at noon, two massive pileup crashes in the Cascade Mountains east of Seattle leave at least 2 people dead. Police say both deadly accidents happened along a snowy stretch of I-90 near Snoqualmie Pass. 10 vehicles were involved, including 2 semis. I-90 is the state's main east-west route over the Cascade Mountains. Still to come here on Fox 10 News at noon, the untimely death of a champion X Games biker and the host of an MTV show.
And a live look at stocks at this hour at 12:14. It is down by 258 points.
Fox 10 AccuWeather forecast with Dave, Corey, and Christy. All day on the Valley's #1 for new country station, 102.5 KNIX.
All right, guys, right before we took you to the live broadcast of the noon show, we were showing you that video of the crane collapse itself. Here's a replay in case you missed it earlier of the press conference held by authorities in New York, giving the public an update on what exactly happened this morning.
I want to give everyone an update on this incident, a very serious incident this morning in Lower Manhattan. A crane collapsed along Worth Street between West Broadway and Church. We have 1 fatality. An individual happened to be sitting in a parked car not associated with the work being done with the crane. We have 3 individuals with injuries, 2 serious, 1 minor, none life-threatening as far as we know at this point. None of the workers who were working on the site were injured in the process. This type of crane is called a crawler crane. It was being moved into a secure position because by the manufacturer's instructions, as winds topped 20 miles an hour, for this particular company, the instructions were that the crane should be put in a secure position if the winds were approaching 25 miles per hour. That is lower than the typical standard for cranes, but for this company, that was their standard. So in fact, they were in the process of securing the crane. They got to the work site this morning at 7, recognized the winds were in the 20 mile an hour plus range, and were proceeding to secure the crane, actually to bring it down to a safe and secure position when this incident occurred. Our Department of Buildings personnel had been on the site yesterday to approve the next steps in the work on that building. They had inspected the crane yesterday morning at 6:20 a.m. And reviewed the work that was being done and had approved it. Again, this morning, in fact, no work was done on the site because the crew made the decision immediately to bring the crane down into the secure position, and this incident occurred literally as they were lowering the crane to secure it. We have now some updates on what's being done to secure the area and deal with the aftermath. Obviously, first and foremost, the human effect. Our hearts go out to the families of the individual who's been lost and to all those who have been injured. We're concerned, obviously, for everyone who lives and works in the area to make sure they'll be safe. The immediate concern relates to the fact that there's been gas leaks as a result of this incident. FDNY and Con Ed have been sweeping all the related buildings along Worth Street constantly. So far, they have not detected the type of gas levels that give them additional fear of any further problems. but they are literally sweeping them every 15 minutes to check gas levels. There have not been larger evacuations, only those buildings that have been immediately affected, physically affected by the crane hitting them. The fact is, this is a very, very sad incident. We've lost a life. But if you go out there on the street, as I did, and see what happened here, thank God it was not worse. And in fact, a crew was directing people away from Worth Street as the crane was being lowered. So that crew, those construction workers who, in the normal course of their work, as they were lowering the crane, were in fact keeping people away from the site and keeping traffic from proceeding down West Broadway. That is part of why this situation was not even worse. As I said, FDNY continues sweeping the buildings and securing the situation on the streets, along with Con Ed and Department of Buildings. Con Ed has turned off gas in most of the buildings as a precaution. And they will be able to resolve the gas leak issue by early afternoon, as far as we know at this point. In addition, we should assume for people who live or work along Worth Street between Hudson and Church, that this area is going to be cut off, largely cut off or partially cut off for several days. We'll make every effort to accommodate people. There's going to be larger disruptions in the area between Canal on the south, and Canal on the north, Chambers on the south, Hudson on the west, and Broadway on the east. That box, we're going to see a lot of disruption in the coming hours and probably next few days as issues are resolved and addressed. The number 1 train continues running, but is skipping 2 stops in the affected area. So a number of measures have been taken to protect people and make sure that we can focus on the work of addressing the situation and getting things back to normal over the next few days. But it will certainly take several days, certainly no earlier than Monday, possibly longer, before we can get things back to normal in these immediate blocks. In addition, we have taken the precaution, even though wind levels have not reached the level that normally would lead to a larger shutdown of cranes around the city. We're taking the precaution of doing that right now. So this type of crane, again, is called a crawler crane. It is not the largest type of crane, which is called a tower crane. But the crawler cranes in this city that are registered with Department of Buildings, 376 of them, all potentially active today, but not necessarily active. It all depends on the work site. But we're instructing right now all 376 crawler cranes to be secured. Whatever is the most secure position for them in a wind condition, they've all been ordered to be secured immediately. In addition, the 43 tower cranes, the larger cranes in the city, have all been ordered to go into a secure position immediately. Those are some of the basic updates. Let me also tell you, throughout the morning, we've been working here at the site with First Deputy Mayor Tony Shores, our Commissioner for Emergency Management, Joe Esposito, our Buildings Commissioner, Rick Chandler, from the Fire Department, First Deputy Commissioner Turner and Chief of Department Leonard, from the Police Department, Chief of Department O'Neill, and from Con Ed, Richard Yacco has been the senior Con Ed person on site, and all of those agencies obviously are closely coordinating. I walked the length of the crane. You can see how powerful the damage was, but you can also see again that it was something of a miracle that there wasn't more impact, and thank God that the impact on people wasn't worse, because this is an area that normally would have had a lot of people around it, rush hour in the morning, lower Manhattan, but because, again, the crane was being lowered into the secure position and the construction workers were blocking off the area, the danger to people on the street was lessened, and thank God we didn't have more injuries and we didn't lose more people. Just for your knowledge, we just checked the history. This is the first crane collapse in the city since 2008. A number of precautions were put in place. In fact, there were 2 major crane collapses in 2008. A number of precautions were put in place at that time that have been very effective in stopping this kind of problem. And in fact, those type of precautions were in place today, which is why this crane was being lowered into a secure position. But something went wrong in that process. There's going to be a full investigation to find out what went wrong. And obviously, if it tells us anything that will lead to other changes going forward. Full police investigation underway, full Department of Buildings investigation underway. This is being treated as a scene where we want to get all the facts about what happened here before we can come to further judgments specifically about this incident and about any changes we may want to make as a result. With that, unless any of my colleagues have anything to add, we'll go to your questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Beyond the definition you just described of nothing since 2008.
Right.
I mean, there really has been an epidemic of crane accidents in the city over the past decade. What can you do to police this?
I'm going to disagree with the term epidemic. There have been some very serious incidents. And again, I think my predecessor took some major steps after 2008 to change the way cranes were handled, and obviously those steps worked because here we are 8 years later. It's a very painful day. I'm not going to minimize what's happened here. We have to figure out what happened. We have to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. But I would say differently. We've had some real serious issues on construction sites that we are taking major steps to change and to address, but that is different from what we've seen here. This is something that hasn't happened in almost a decade.
Sorry. The
Yeah.
other people who were hurt, were they injured by falling debris or the actual crane itself, and where were they located?
I want to see if either Chief O'Neill or who has the best sense of where each individual was.
Hit by falling debris.
Here, you go ahead. Chief Leonard.
We had four total patients. One was the person who was killed upon the impact, and the other people were all hit by falling debris. So they're all sustained, as the mayor reported, non-life-threatening injuries.
Chief, can you tell us what type of project was going on? What was the construction?
I'll defer to the buildings.
So the building where the crane was working was at 60 Hudson Street, which is the former Western Union building. We have to do further investigation about what kind of permits were happening, but we do know that...
Can you speak up?
Sure. The work that was ongoing was to replace generators and air conditioning equipment on the roof. So we have full permits for the crane itself, but we're further investigating what might have been required for the equipment that was being installed on the roof.
What was the address?
60 Hudson Street, the former Western Union building.
And tell them how long this site had been active.
So they've been up for about a week. So they put the crane up on January 30.
People in the neighborhood say that they noticed a couple of days ago that the crane appeared unstable toward the top, that a cable appeared to have broken. Did the inspection yesterday indicate any sort of loss of integrity or stability with that crane?
We're unaware of any complaints of that nature at all. Yesterday's inspection was on the ground as they were putting an extension on the boom, and it was successful.
Chief, can you describe the damage to the other buildings when it fell, or someone can speak to it?
So, the other damage to the buildings was the parapets on two of the buildings next to the New York Law School. So those are in danger of collapsing right now. So we're cordoning off the street at a 50-foot collapse zone, and we'll have the sidewalk shed erected immediately. So to minimize the disruption to those buildings.
Can you explain the process of when you're saying how you're going to shore this up, or how you're going to secure it?
Do you take it down piece by piece, etc.?
Yeah, sure. Well, they'll take down the parapet. I think that's the only thing that is in danger of collapse right now. So we'll have them determine what contractor will be in here. But first things first is to get the sidewalk shed in, and then we'll take the parapet.
We have removed parts. I'm sorry. We have removed parts of the parapets already. We sent our people up there, and then in conjunction with the building department inspectors to make it partially safe right now. But then buildings will issue orders to have it professionally done.
There's video of the crane being lowered. It's coming down, and then all of a sudden it comes down quickly. Have you talked to the operator to see what exactly happened?
Chief O'Neill?
Sure.
The NYPD, in conjunction with the Department of Buildings, is conducting an investigation. Our detective bureau is working with the DOB on this, and we're interviewing the crane operator right now.
And what did he tell you?
We're in the middle of the interview. It's not
Why
over
would
yet.
it be a police investigation?
Just in case there's anything criminal. We have to consider all factors here.
Chief, can you tell us about the victims, the deceased, the folks who are in the hospital, their genders, their ages, anything about that?
No, we'll release that later. We're in the middle of making notifications.
The mayor said that the crane wasn't in use.
The length of the boom and the approximate weight of the boom and/or the whole thing, the crane and the boom itself?
You want those? Yeah, give them a sense.
So the
of that.
boom length for this unit was 565 feet. So it's a very large crane, and it was approved, and it was submitted by an engineer. Went over with my staff, so that was approved for that. It's a capacity of 330 tons, so it's a very, very large crane, perfectly fine in terms of the way it was engineered, but obviously it requires an investigation as to why this happened.
The crane wasn't used yesterday.
Hold on,
You said
go ahead.
investigated. When was the last time?
Say
the crane
again?
was- You said the crane wasn't used yesterday because you guys were investigating.
No, I'm sorry. Let me say it, and I want to make sure you hear it carefully. Yesterday, 6:20 a.m., Department of Building staff were on the site because the crane was going to be added to, there was an extension being added. The Department of Buildings does not allow that to happen until it is approved. So I want to be very clear. When our crane operators set up at the beginning, they have to have Department of Buildings approval. When they change any of their protocol, they have to have Department of Buildings approval. They're not allowed to act or do any work until Department of Buildings is on site and has approved. That happened yesterday morning.
So when was the last time it was used? Like to...
Well, after that, right?
I'm assuming it was used yesterday. We'll have to verify that. I'm not sure what work was done yesterday.
But again, no work was done this morning upon the arrival. The crews, seeing that the wind speeds were around 20 miles per hour, and that their manufacturer requirement was when it got to 25 to bring it down, they literally didn't even start work. They just started the immediate securing of the crane.
You said that there was an extension added to it. You said there was an extension added to it, so how long was it before? Did it mean that before it was less than 565?
Yeah, it was less than 565. I can't tell you how long the extension was, but it was permitted to go to a maximum of 565, and this extension brought it to that length.
All right, we'll
contractor will give you the details.
But we can get you where it was before and after, yeah.
Do you have any working theories on what happened? I know we're early in this.
We don't want to offer anything hypothetical. We want to really check what happened here and get an answer.
Mayor, are you concerned that, there's been an increase or several notable construction deaths in the city lately, or deaths of pedestrians on the street around construction sites? Are you worried that the pace of development in Manhattan is putting New Yorkers at risk?
I'm worried that we've had several incidents that I think were avoidable, and obviously that first and foremost involves the companies and how they've done their work. But we are adding a large number of inspectors. That was part of our last budget. We'll give you more details on that. And we're going to be very, very stringent on this point. But that's a different issue than what we have here. I really want to separate the two pieces very, very sharply. So I want people to hear me loud and clear. We've had some construction site incidents that are very troubling. We have more and more inspectors who are going to get on top of that. We're going to be very tough on those companies. This is a totally different matter. This was a company that was putting their crane into the secure position as we would have wanted them to, and that we inspected as recently as yesterday. So this is an entirely different matter.
Mayor, can you tell us who the company is? Who owns it?
Hold on, we'll be with you in a second. Go ahead, the company?
The company is Galasso Trucking and Rigging.
Good. Can you spell that?
Galasso.
And the company that, the Gala.
And it's
Galasso. Thank you, sir.
Galasso.
And the
Bay Crane Company is the owner.
Bay Crane owns the crane, Galasso operates, correct?
Yep.
Okay, in the back? I heard.
The crane, is it 330 tons the crane, or can handle loads up to 330 tons? And with the wet snow that we had today, is that another factor in safety and whether or not you'd have to bring it down because of the way the crane itself down?
It's the capacity of the crane is 330 tons, not the weight of the boom itself. I can't imagine the snow was a factor at all, but that will be considered under the investigation.
Any other questions?
Does this kind of a crane have an onboard computer? Would that be part of an investigation?
It will be part of the investigation, and I'm not sure of the answer to your question.
Where was the base of the crane located?
Onward. Yeah, onward between Hudson and West Broadway.
Is this what's referred to as a mobile crane, or a mobile crane smaller? Is this considered a mobile crane?
Yes, this is a mobile crane because it has a crawler on it, so it can move.
Okay, last call. Any other
Where was the
questions?
victim sitting in the car?
On the driver's side, I believe? Do we know?
I'm not sure if that's...
Okay,
Where was the car
we'll check
parked?
that.
Where was the car parked?
What block?
So I'm sorry, can I just ask?
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Sorry.
The car was parked on Worth.
Between Church and West Broadway.
Between Church and West Broadway, but we need to get more detail to tell you exactly where the individual was sitting. In the back?
So, there was an extension added to the boom today, is that correct?
Yesterday, correct?
Was it the
Yesterday.
first time it had been elevated? Was it yesterday was the first time it was elevated?
No, it had been doing work. They've been putting loads up on the roof, and I don't have the details of how many or how often, but they have been working.
Right, so Rich, to the best of our understanding, they have been doing work over the last few days. They had to do, hold on folks, they've been doing work over the last few days. They were then trying to do work that required reaching farther back on the roof or higher. And so they applied for an extension. They were granted an extension by Department of Buildings inspectors who were on the site yesterday at 6:20. And then we will find out whether they did some of that work yesterday. But again, this morning, they did no work on the site. They were simply in the process of securing the crane.
I have noticed like several vehicles that are on Worth Street look like city vehicles. Would this be like a city crane?
We don't, I don't think we have the details yet to offer.
We haven't made any family notifications yet.
We need to get more information.
What type of buildings were evacuated? Residential, commercial?
I think everything's been commercial.
Non-residential.
Yeah,
Non-residential.
New York Law School and some other surrounding buildings, but nothing residential at this point. And again, ongoing sweeps by FDNY and Con Ed on the gas situation. So far, at least as of a few minutes ago, they have not found any gas issues in a building that would cause further evacuation, but that's going to be monitored constantly until the gas is cut off, which will be by the early afternoon. Yes?
So what is the message for residents in the area that's impacted? How do they stay updated in terms of, updates from Con Ed, updates from the city?
We'll be putting out updates constantly, all the different ways we do it, obviously, to the people of the city. I think folks who live and work in the immediate area should assume a disruption that will go through the weekend, I think, and into Monday, even potentially longer. I think better safe than sorry. People should assume several days of disruption. We want to do this very carefully. We want to keep everyone safe. But if people need access to a building to get their belongings or for something urgent, they will be escorted by NYPD at the appropriate time and in a safe manner into a building.
Yeah, basically the crane was parked at what exact address?
The base?
Was between, the base of the crane was between West Broadway and Hudson, so right in the mid-block, on the north side, on Worth, on the north side of the building, on Worth Street.
And can you tell us which building was damaged, the address of the building that had the parapets? It wasn't New York Law School, it was a different building?
Well, the parapets.
I don't know, but there was 4 buildings sustained. There were 4 buildings sustained the damage with the parapets. One of them, at least, was New York Law School. It was from the corner of Church moving west down the block. So it was the first 4 buildings that are affected.
Yeah, and one of them definitely was a New York Law School building.
Well, pictures pronounced that on the scene?
Yes.
Where were the other 3 victims? Were they on the street or in the car?
Again, we're going to get all those details as the investigation proceeds, but emphasizing that none of them, from what we know at this point, have life-threatening injuries. 2 in serious condition, 1 with minor injuries.
Mayor, I know it's early. This Galasso Construction Company, or maybe the Commissioner, any violations? Have you had a chance to check their history yet to see?
We can say initially, and Commissioner, you can step in, we obviously asked the same question this morning on both Galasso, which was operating the site, and Bay Crane, which owns the crane. No recent negative activity. So at this point, we believe that they've been doing their work effectively. But again, there'll be a full investigation of everything that happened here.
Thank you.
Anything else? Last call.
Can you explain why this might cause a gas leak?
Just the sheer impact. Who wants to speak to that?
It's just the impact of this large crane, the impact of the large crane striking the ground. Also broke a water main too. So the water main was contained. The Con Ed is actively working on the gas leak. Just the impact.
Yeah, hold on, from Con Ed.
We have our gas mains are underground, of course. Some of the pipe cannot withstand a tremendous impact like that. We're currently in the process of isolating that main. In the meantime, the fire department, the police department, and Con Edison are scanning all the buildings constantly. They're making sure that there is no gas leaks that could cause a problem inside the building. So we're watching for that. We're meticulous about that. We're also watching our electric and steam shut off. I could assure you that Con Edison is using all its resources assisting the mayor's office to make sure everything is safe as far as the utilities are concerned.
And can you say and spell your first and last name and your title with Con Ed?
Richard Yako, Y-A-K-O. I'm a senior specialist in the emergency response group.
Okay, last call. Any other questions?
Mayor,
yes.
can you please say anything in Spanish?
I don't have anything right now. We'll get you something later. Anything else? Last call? Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll get you updates later.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference we were playing for you guys. That's a recap from earlier. Now we're going to go live to the State Department, where a briefing should be starting any minute. I'm going to take a lunch break, and Mike Page will be joining you guys momentarily.
not giving you enough time, obviously, so. I know, now that you're here. Yeah, exactly. It was pushed back from 2:30 to 2:45. Yeah, it'll probably push back to 3. Yeah, I know. get a month to month. Okay, what's this hotel? Yeah. But then, even then, you have to move to different cities for every hours a week now. Yeah, it's hard to follow that. Yeah. But then when it's all said and done, you get to drink heavily, and you look at the administration.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It's Friday, TGIF, a.k.a. we made it. Man, it feels good that it's the weekend. Really enjoying that. Happy that it is. We'll get you back out to that State Department. And I do also want to tell you, locally here in Arizona, we are getting reports of a plane crash down. This is in Western County, in Pinell County. So we will be sending a helicopter to the scene, and we'll all firsthand experience what is actually going on. It sounds like a small plane went down near Papago and Ralston Road. So should be interesting to see what we are looking at when Sky Fox gets on the scene here. Then we'll also go to that State Department as well. But I do want to talk a little bit about Super Bowl. Super Bowl Sunday coming up this Sunday. Can you believe it? It just feels like yesterday. It was September and it was week 1 of the NFL. Now, just 2 teams left. Carolina Panthers and the Denver Broncos in Santa Clara, California for the championship. Who will take it? Tweet me at Mike Page, Fox 10. Let me know. I'll be reading some of the best responses. Let me know what you think that final score is going to be. Vegas has it at 45 points total. Think it'll go over or under? I, myself, think the game will go over. I think Carolina will get 30 of those points on their own. We all remember a couple years ago when Denver was in the Super Bowl with Seattle. It was supposed to be a great game, and it turned out to be a total blowout. Total blowout. Remember, Seattle just took them and shredded them apart. Will that happen again? I don't think this game will be a total blowout, but I think this is Cam Newton's year. It's time to pass the torch. Manning, I know it'd be a great storyline if Manning, this is his final year probably. It should be. No, this is going to be his final year. It'd be great for him to go out on top as a national champion one more time. But I think this is going to be the year where we see Cam Newton just totally take control, just like he's been taking control all season long. Tweet me at Mike Page Fox 10 for what you think is going to happen in the game. I do want to talk a little bit about Cam Newton because I feel like a lot of people diss on him or they get very jealous of him. They get very jealous of him because why? Because he's actually really good and he can back it up. You can see the performance on the field. Yes, he smiles a lot. Yes, he dances a lot. And he should do that because he could back it up. When players can't back up what they're saying and then they still celebrate and do weird things, then that's a problem. But Cam Newton, you can do whatever you want to do on that field. You could smile, have the biggest grin, you could do the dab, you could do whatever you want to do. You could dance in the end zone. Why? Because you're in the Super Bowl. You took your team to the Super Bowl. And now you're on the biggest stage in the world. It's your time to shine. And how can you How can you diss on somebody that is excelling at the highest caliber in their game? You know, that's what we try to do in life, right? We always try to be the best at something. You know, the majority of us are not sports athletes, but we could be good at other things in life, like good at our job or good in other areas. But it seems like when people are too good, then people have an issue with it. They call them cocky. They call them arrogant. Well, I'm sorry, folks. It's not that if you can back it up. That's one of the good things about sports. It's actually fair. Because in life, things aren't fair. But sports is really fair. If you can be amazing and win, you can do whatever you want to do. Tweet me, Mike Page, Fox 10. Let me know what you guys are thinking. I'll be reading these responses and also talking to you guys via Twitter once we get on another topic here, either State Department or this plane crash in Pinal County, Arizona. Let me know what you guys are thinking. It's going to be a great Sunday, I think. It's going to be an amazing Sunday. It always is Super Bowl time. It's the one event out of the year where I just feel like even if people aren't a sports fan, they still go to a party to watch the Super Bowl. They might not know jack about the game or the two teams, but they're there because in America, this is the biggest party event of the year. More than 100 million people will be watching the Super Bowl. Will you? We know you will be because it's pop culture. It's not even just about sports anymore. It's pop culture. Everybody on Monday morning is going to be talking about the game, and you really can't say, well, I wasn't watching that, or God forbid, you went to a movie. How horrible would that be? People say, how was the game? You say, well, I went to a movie. I don't know. That's an issue because it's Super Bowl Sunday. I think it's the one event also that when the commercials come, that becomes a star in its own right. It's the one time where I hear people saying, shh, the commercials are on. Before, it would always be white noise in the background, but now it's a star in its own right. Tweet me, Mike Page Fox 10. Let me know what you think. Who you think is going to win on Sunday. We'll throw it back to the State Department podium while we wait for images of this plane crash in Pinal County. All right, folks, we do want to show you a bad crash that happened on the Loop 101 near Scottsdale on the eastbound lanes. Medical chopper is on the highway there. As you can see, someone was horribly injured in a crash. This is going to cause a lot of backups for the people that are going to the Waste Management Open for round 2. Today is round 2 at the Scottsdale Golf Course, TPC. So bad news for people going that way. Hopefully this person will be okay that's injured in a crash. All right, everybody, you see that chopper lifted off, and wow, what a backup here it's going to be, though. You can see just so many medical crews and police on the, wow. That's a backup. That's a major backup. We're talking about Loop 101 near the Scottsdale exit. Eastbound lanes all backed up right now.
He knocked it down. And if he can't knock that down, he must be like, you can jump up a hook and we go to a whiteboard, and we have a pen that's hooked to the whiteboard. He'll snap the pen off and say, because he knows it gets a reaction out of that. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you throw out of the other, it just comes back properly, so it doesn't. Is she allowed to? Very, he knows he's down. That's a tuxedo. He has like perfect markings too. It's just like he's got a little tuxedo that's right here. Brought her with me. He came with me. Okay, so that was her. He went over to work and did the problem out. So yeah, the gray one. Came from work. Not with, we shipped them off to her mom's house, and then we picked them up. Yeah, there's no. Plus they gave us a week to just relax and take through the religious Yellowstone and stuff like that. He's a big sweetheart, like, if you get to use him, he'll just go through like, and what your nose will just go. Yeah, wow. Yeah, exactly.
All right, everybody, as you can see, our chopper Sky Fox is up in the air to get us some aerials of this plane crash in Pinal County. We don't have much info right now, but that will all change in a little bit as more details become available for us. This is what we know so far. A plane crash in the western county of Pinal County near Papago and Ralston Road. Crews are heading to the scene right now. So Skyfox will be over there pretty soon here, waiting to get some aerials of this plane crash and see what is happening there in Pinal County. And sometimes our video goes in and out just sometimes when Skyfox is up in the air, so we do apologize for that, but stay with us as our very own helicopter is making its way to the crash site there in Pinal County. If you're just joining us, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Skyfox is headed over to the western portion of the county in Pinal County near Papago and Ralston Road. Reports of a plane crash. We'll try to get you guys some more details as they become available here, but thank you all for watching Fox 10 News Now. If you're just joining us, everyone, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are in breaking news mode here as we have reports of a plane down in Pinal County. Skyfox is up in the air here, as you can see, making its way to the crash site. Hoping to get you guys some more details in the next few minutes. We appreciate everybody watching. All right, folks, we're getting closer here to the crash site. We appreciate everybody watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are in breaking news mode as we are hearing of a plane crash down in Pinell County near Papago and Ralston Road. This is in the western portion of the county. Our very own Sky Fox is in the air. If you'd like to comment about this story, just use the hashtag FoxNewsNow on Twitter, and we'll be able to pull some of those comments and talk about them on the air, or maybe if you have any questions, we could try to answer them as well. But use that hashtag FoxNewsNow. And if you'd like to comment about this particular story that we are covering right now, use the hashtag FoxNewsNow. And also, if you have any questions, we'll try to get them answered for you. But right now, details are just so limited right now just because rescuers are on scene and they don't have time really to talk to reporters yet at this time. But this is a very fluid situation, as you can imagine, with when breaking news happens like to this magnitude of a plane down in Pinell County near Papago and Ralston Road. You can tell it's a very rural area. Farther west, Sky Fox continues to go, but should be on site pretty soon here. You can see it's a beautiful, clear day here in Arizona for everyone that is not in the state right now. You guys are missing out on a great weekend. It's going to be in the 80s all week long as well. All right, here we go. We have the scene right now. Just on the scene right now, Sky Fox overhead of this plane crash. It looks very bad right now. You can see it looks like a little Cessna. Badly, badly damaged. Crews are on scene, as you can tell here, but this is our first images of this plane crash. Skyfox just got here about 20 seconds ago. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's always a very sad scene when we have to show you guys this, as it looks... It's a complete loss here for this plane. We don't have any word yet on any survivors or victims. I don't know how you could survive this, though. But it looks like crews are trying to... Yeah, this is going to be a fatal. We just had reports of this. You know, this is all coming together within the last 30 minutes here. You can see crews still on the scene here. A very rural part of Pinell County near Papago and Ralston Road. You could see the foam there that the firefighters used. Stay with Fox 10 News Now and Fox 10 all afternoon long. We'll have updates throughout the day right here on Fox 10 News Now. And then when Fox 10 News at 5 starts, this is going to be one of our major stories that we will be following today. Be sure to watch. Even if you're not from the area, we do stream our news online as well, so you could be able to see that starting at 5 o'clock Arizona time. Right. This crash is about 60 miles southeast of Phoenix. This is a small private airplane that went down. No other details at this moment here, but a very sad sight, as you can see here on this beautiful Friday afternoon that turned absolutely tragic for someone. Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are following breaking news out of Pinell County here, about 60 miles southeast of Phoenix. This is this crash site near Papago and Ralston Road. Small plane down, obviously, as you can see. We don't have any word yet on survivors or victims, but I don't know how you could survive this brutal crash here in rural Pinell County. Very sad situation here on a Friday afternoon with clear blue skies, so obviously there will be investigators throughout the day here combing through this plane, looking for evidence and collecting and preserving this scene here, as it is a very sad scene here with the foam and just very little bits and pieces of the plane you could see now. We do invite everyone watching the stream to join the conversation on Twitter. Use the hashtag FoxNewsNow. We'll be talking about this story and more stories throughout the day. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering breaking news stories from across the country. And this just so happens to be in our very own backyard here in Arizona. Investigators will be on the scene shortly. Fire crews, probably about 15 minutes ago, just put out the final hot spots of this plane. All right, folks, stay with Fox 10 News Now. All afternoon and evening long, we'll try to get you details throughout the day of this breaking news story. We're going to sign off for just a little bit here and come back in about an hour, but I did want to give you a live look at the stock market here, down 230 points, the Dow Jones. And folks, my name's Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this afternoon. We just saw breaking news out of Pinell County. We were covering that for the last about 40 minutes right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. What a day it has been already here locally. We have a reporter going to the scene, so be on the lookout for live updates throughout the day. Our very own reporter is heading to the scene right now. It's about 60 miles away from the station here, so they're not going to be there for another hour or so. But wow, what a scene we saw. Our Sky Fox is coming on back. They need to fuel up. You don't want to be out there in the middle of nowhere and getting low on fuel there. We were hearing reports that plane was a World War II plane that just coming through the wires right now. So every plane has a story, and this one actually has an even bigger past. So we'll be delving into the history of that plane coming up at Fox 10 News at 5, 5:30, and 6. So be on the lookout for that. We also stream our news as well, so even if you're not local, you could still watch that segment there. It's going to be one of our lead stories today, as a plane crashed down in Pinell County, about 60 miles, happening right now.